looks good, and he looks hard.
I don't want reality.
It's a great day. For being sad.
Oh, girl, baby girl. Do you know what we're here for?
A fucking bitch.
What now?
Drama.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question. The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
China. People from China, they love me.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Right now.
fragilistic ispiala, bitch!
So hot right now.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Jesus, I say that.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Well, here we are again. Good to see all you folks. The week-ending report. Thankfully, it doesn't appear that this week will be the end of all of us. At least for now. Got a hell of a lot to look at, though, so better buckle up. It's time for us to take a bit of a traipse through that inky blackness that is the void. What's that sound? I'm hearing a sound. Oh god. Volume on my iPad over there. Well, good to see you all. Something is actually going wrong, so let me do something while I'm talking to you all. Looks like Selena Mary, Mo and Noah and FG were first, second, and third in the YouTube stream. Then first and second have gone to the Aaron Flies and Princess Monocle on Twitch. Now hold on. Let me see. Did I fix this? I think I did. Okay, good. Then we got some other notables here in chat. All you shown up already. Mrs. Jen, Afroponics, Dirk Gently, Aaron W, Stephen K, Disco Wolf, Brandy Nuance, the Anti-Corporatist, Philip Blair, Jerry McLean, Schmegley, and perhaps more that I somehow missed, because I'm in top chat. That's good. Thank you, YouTube. Let's get to it. What do you say, chat? End of a long week. Time to remind us of what happened. I think we're going to start in the United States tonight. Hold on, something's gone horribly wrong. Okay, I'm back. Yeah. Yes, starting in the United States with the politics. As, you know, it just seems like the thing to focus on right now of everything. This political race is heating up quickly. It's, how many months now? It's like 3 full months until we get there, but that's gonna go by fast. The, current situation in Palestine has been going on for 3 times as long, so for perspective, let's go to this. Because it would appear, at least according to this stuff we're about to look at, that we are going to in fact get a second presidential debate.
So he won't debate, but he and his running mate sure seem to have a lot to say about me. And by the way, don't you find some of their stuff to just be plain weird? Well, Donald, I do hope you'll reconsider to meet me on the debate stage. Because as the saying goes, if you got something to say,
say it to my face.
Say it to my face. America has tried.
So yeah. MIDI doctors, I say you thank you for the rockets in chat.
Failed policies before, and we are not going back. We're not going back.
Not going back. I like that. Seems like a good plan. Oh, right. I noticed that you had... I only rolled 2 for you. There's a 3rd. Okay, so you should have 4 support characters if you have over 30 likes. Let me just go back here. My god, this has escalated quickly. Alright, you got a bunch of the originals. You got 1, 2, 3. Bacula, Cisco, and Captain Planet. Then you got a new figure in the emotional support character roster. It's going to be Sam Cedar over here in the corner. There's Sam. Captain Planet. Of course. Captain Benjamin Sisko. Alright, let's just go to this one now. Here was Trump. Shortly after this most recent challenge from Kamala Harris. I'm sorry, Kamala Harris. God damn it.
As you know, this is my first return to Pennsylvania since our rally in Butler. We're going back to Butler, too, by the way. I should not be with you today. I shouldn't be with you. Corey is a hero to all of us, She's a defund the police radical trying to pass herself off as a tough on crime prosecutor. She wasn't tough on crime. She's only tough on guys like me because they want to go after their political opponents. If she becomes your president, our country is finished, I'll tell you. Well, Kamala, let's go. Challenge accepted. Are you ready? Let's compare our record point by point.
Certainly got the crowd excited. I feel like Donald isn't as excited as the crowd is about this debate. It seems like it's a hassle for him. He was expecting to be done with debates at this point after the debate against Biden. I think he wrapped it up. decided he was going to phone it in for the rest of this campaign, and now all of this energy and all, I think it's frustrating him just a little bit.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
So yeah, not sure if you all missed that, but it does appear to be that this debate is going to be happening, I think, not that long from now. I think about a month from now. I think, was it September 4th? Hold on. Let's look at that. I can't even remember now. September 10th. That's when it was planned. And I believe that's when it will be. Could be wrong. Alright, let's go to a tiny piece of this. CNN from 9 hours ago. Trump says he and J.D. Vance are not weird.
And neither is J.D. Vance, after Kamala Harris and other Democratic leaders trotted out weird to describe the GOP duo.
Nobody's ever called me weird. I'm a lot of things, but weird I'm not. And I'm up front.
Illegal.
And he's not either, I will tell you. JD is not at all.
Really?
They are. It's all a soundbite. And the press picks it up. You notice the evening news, every one of them talk, you know, they introduced the word weird. And all of a sudden
they introduced it. Nobody had ever heard of the word weird before the other day. And now everybody's talking about it. It's a completely new concept. It's like DEI. There's no definition.
People, we're actually just the opposite.
Okay, our panel is back to talk more about this. Let's talk about weird. I want to play a clip. This all started, Tim Wall.
Hold on. We aren't listening to this whole fiasco of a panel that they got here. CNN is just the worst, not gonna lie. Let's go. Oh, she does go straight to the clip. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
Let's listen to them.
These guys are just weird. That's who they are.
It's the weirdest thing. He'll go and like literally hug an American flag. Now I love the flag, but I mean it's like weird what he does.
I mean, on the other side, they're just weird. I mean, they really are.
Kamala Harris has used it.
Okay, all right, that's good enough. Now let's keep it moving. We are going to talk more about the actual origin of that, because they kind of graze past it here in this CNN piece. We aren't going to watch the rest of this. As usual, we're going to skip past a CNN panel. I know that is shocking.
Illegal.
Absolutely shocking. Well, you may have already heard this, but we're trying to recap the week, as it were. Let's go to this. This is Trump on his views of how important the vice presidential pick is.
I've always had great respect for him. And for the other candidates too. But I will say this, and I think this is well documented, historically the vice president in terms of the election does not have any impact. I mean, virtually no impact. You have 2 or 3 days where there's a lot of commotion as to who, like you're having it on the Democrat side, who it's going to be. And then that dies down, and it's all about the presidential pick. Virtually never has it mattered. Maybe Lyndon Johnson mattered for different reasons of what we're talking about, not for vote reasons, but for political reasons, other political reasons. But historically, the choice of a vice president makes no difference. You're voting for the president, and you can have a vice president who's outstanding in every way, and I think JD is. I think that all of them would have been, but you're not voting.
JD probably outstanding, although everybody is outstanding. Just gonna point that out. Not JD in particular. We have 40 likes now. Holy shit. That's a lot of likes. 15. 15. That is the Pink Panther. But yeah, this is Donald Trump trying to tell us that, in fact, J.D. Vance doesn't matter if he's weird or if he's not weird, because the vice president isn't important. That's why. Even though Donald Trump's almost 80 years old and does not have what I don't know. I wouldn't characterize it as like the diet of champions. I don't think a Big Mac a day is what the Olympic athletes are eating. What next here? Let's keep talking about all of this. In particular, the horror show that was the NABJ interview. That's the National Association of Black Journalists. Here's Democracy Now! From 12 hours ago, where they had on a guy by the name of Mark Lamont Hill, who I believe is streaming right now, actually. Started before me, but yeah, if you're not already following him, you should definitely do that.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Later in the broadcast, we'll go to Katrina vanden Heuvel, publisher of The Nation magazine, about the historic prisoner swap. But first, fallout is continuing from Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump's comments Wednesday.
Is it just me, or does anybody else here think that Katrina vanden Heuvel it sounds like a made-up name? Katrina vanden Heuvel? It's like when you know, you can't think of a name. Katrina vanden Heuvel. I don't know.
When he was interviewed at the annual convention of the National Association of Black Journalists, NABJ President Ken Lemon told Axios Trump nearly refused to do the interview when he learned he would be fact-checked. Lemon said he was about to, quote, craft a statement saying he decided not to go on stage because of fact-checking. We couldn't compromise on that, unquote. As he prepared his statement, Lemon said Trump walked onto the stage. In some of his most inflammatory remarks, Trump questioned Vice President Harris's black identity, even though Harris, whose father is a Jamaican economist, mother an Indian American scientist, has consistently identified as black and South Asian. Harris called Trump's comments, quote, the same old show, after Trump previously questioned the American citizenship of President Barack Obama and Republican Nikki Haley. At the NABJ convention, Trump was questioned by 3 black women journalists: Fox News Channel's Harris Faulkner, Semaphor's Kadia Goba, and ABC's Rachel Scott, who began the interview.
I want to start by addressing the elephant in the room, sir. A lot of people did not think it was appropriate for you to be here today. You have pushed false claims about some of your rivals, from Nikki Haley to former President Barack Obama, saying that they were not born in the United States, which is not true. You have told 4 congresswomen of color who were American citizens to go back to where they came from. You have used words like animal and rabbit to describe black district attorneys. You've attacked black journalists, calling them a loser, saying the questions that they ask are, quote, stupid and racist. You've had dinner with a white supremacist at your Mar-a-Lago resort. So my question, sir, now that you are asking black supporters to vote for you, why should black voters trust you after you have used language like that?
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question in such a horrible manner.
Such a horrible question. I've literally never been asked a question that is as bad as that. Absolute illegal.
You don't even say, hello, how are you? Are you with ABC? Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network. And
it's still funny. That is still funny. You don't say hello, how are you? What is that? Who? What is he talking about? You didn't ask me how Melania is. She's doing great, by the way. Don't
I think
ask
it's
her.
disgraceful that I came here in good spirit. I love the black population of this country. I've done so much for the black population of this country, including employment, including opportunity zones with Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, which is one of the greatest programs ever for black workers and black entrepreneurs. I've done so much, and you know, and I say this, historically black colleges and universities were out of money, they were stone cold broke, and I saved them, and I gave them long-term financing, and nobody else was doing it. I think it's a very rude introduction. I don't know exactly why you would do something like that, and let me go a step further. I was invited here, and I was told my opponent, whether it was by...
Okay, hold on. I forgot that they do the whole wrap up of this. I think most of us have seen large swaths of this ridiculous conversation. But perhaps we haven't all seen Mark Lamont Hill here on Democracy Now! Okay, let's, yeah.
Policing, protest, and possibility. Mark, welcome to Democracy Now! Can you start off by responding to this opening of the joint questioning by 3 black NABG members, that's black journalists, of President Trump?
Good morning, Amy. It's good to see you. Always good to be here. I wish I could say I was shocked or disappointed. This is exactly what Donald Trump does. He came in to the room. He was disrespectful. He was condescending. He steamrolled the interview. This was an opportunity for him to make a presentation to black journalists and to black voters. And instead, he was nasty. He was vile. He demonstrated all the misogynistic and racist and patriarchal sensibilities that we would expect from Donald Trump. And of course, he spent a lot of that time simply lying. To say that NABJ was 35 minutes late to start, not only kind of play, and that the equipment doesn't work, plays on this idea that, you know, the black journalists can't get it together, that black people show up late, and that this stuff doesn't work. When in fact, as you pointed out, it started late because Donald Trump was resisting the idea of being fact-checked. He was resisting the idea that people could actually hold him accountable for the things that he says that are not true. Because if you do that, then he has to explain how he's spreading such inaccurate information about people on the other side of the border.
So it's because the Trump team was mad about potential fact-checking live. That would be the problem.
Illegal.
Good God. Meanwhile, he's just blaming the whole black journalist conference here. Just ridiculous. But unshocking coming from Donald Trump, perhaps.
Black jobs, or misrepresenting his contributions to HBCUs and all the other things that he says makes him the greatest president for black people since Abraham Lincoln.
I want to go more to what Trump said when being questioned about Kamala Harris. This is ABC News' Rachel Scott.
Some of your own supporters, including Republicans on Capitol Hill, have labeled Vice President Kamala Harris, who is the first black and Asian American woman to serve as vice president and be on a major party ticket, as a DEI hire. Is that acceptable language to you? And will you tell those Republicans and those supporters to stop it?
How do you define DEI? Go ahead. How do you define
diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Is that what your definition?
That is.
Oh God, Donald Trump just goes where the wind is blowing, right? You know, his team. You know, they give him talking points and things like that, but he doesn't know what any of this stuff actually means. He thinks it's some sort of, he thinks DEI is some sort of a, what do you call it? Amorphous, ungraspable idea, when in fact it's just an acronym for 3 words, and it's just amazing to watch.
Give me a
literally the
definition
words
then. Would you give me a definition
DEI.
of that? Give me a definition of
Sir,
that.
I'm asking you a question,
No,
a
you
very
have to
direct
define
question.
it. Define it for me, if you
I
would.
just defined it, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a black woman?
Well, I can say no. I think it's maybe a little bit different. So, I've known her a long time.
Oh, you think that the problem is that he doesn't understand the actual word, the underlying words, diversity, equity, or inclusion. Is that's his problem? Okay, I can see that. I could actually see that. I don't think the Wharton School of Business is all that concerned about such things. Okay, here, let's go here.
Really focusing on playing Rachel Scott and the other journalists' questions, because I think they were very significant, especially as Rachel Scott continued to follow up and continued to be attacked by President Trump.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the fascinating things is you have to watch it 2 or 3 times, that interview, to actually hear some of the pushback and to hear some of the follow-ups, because Donald Trump simply steamrolled. He yelled over them. He talked over them. He ignored them. He basically filibustered. They had 36 minutes, and he may have answered substantively 3 or 4 questions because of how he responded. But specifically with regard to the Kamala Harris thing, Donald Trump did several moves that are just, textbook Trump. First thing he does is when he's presented with a question that he doesn't understand, he presents it back to the questioner as if they don't understand it. He did the same thing to Laura Ingraham the other day when she asked about his pronouns and gender fluidity. He says, well, what are pronouns? What do you think about pronouns? Because he doesn't actually understand. He doesn't actually understand what DEI is, but he understands that it's often used as a kind of racist trope against black people to suggest that they're unqualified.
I think that one I love even more. Donald Trump not knowing what pronouns are. I need to find that and clip it. Because, wow. I mean, once again, I'm not all that shocked that Donald Trump didn't spend enough time in English class to learn what a pronoun was. The fact he would say that live on television is just so revealing. You'd think that people would be concerned about that and maybe thinking, hey, this guy, maybe he shouldn't be president of anything.
Things that they get. What he could have said is, of course she's qualified. And he doesn't even have to address the DEI part of it. Just say she's qualified. I disagree with her. She's my opponent. But that would be too decent. Instead, he attacks fundamentally her racial identity. He says that she used to be something else and now she just became black. China? That's simply untrue. Kamala Harris grew up with a very clear identity, both of her Indian American mother, but also of her Jamaican father. She is black. She's indisputably black. We could have lineage questions about whether she's African American or not, but she's certainly black. Black is a diasporic identity. She went to Howard University and HBCU. She pledged a historically black sorority, the first, Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. She was a member of BALSA in law school. When I met Kamala Harris 20 years ago at BET, we were doing Hip Hop versus America. I mean,
not black enough. Okay, sorry, I feel like there was another part of this, but we've already watched so much of it. We've already watched so much. How far are we? Yeah, we gotta keep it moving right now. We have got multiple things to talk about today. Not just this election. We are only a part of the way through the election coverage right now. Let's go to this now. This is from BBC News from 5 hours ago, where Kamala Harris is been formally chosen as the United States Democratic presidential nominee.
Now let's turn to the U.S. election now, and Vice President Kamala Harris says she's deeply honored to have secured enough delegates to win the Democratic Party nomination. Next, she'll be nominating her pick for vice president, and there's been plenty of speculation around who that might be. Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania is reportedly on the shortlist, as is Mark Kelly, governor of Arizona, and Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota. just a few of the names we've been hearing. In any case, Kamala Harris and whoever she chooses will be setting off on a tour of battleground states next week. Jamie Harrison is the chair of the Democratic National Convention. He has expressed his delight with having Vice President Kamala Harris confirmed as the Democratic presidential nominee.
So as chair of this great party, as chair of this party that is built on hope, I am so proud to confirm that Vice President Harris has earned more than a majority of votes from all convention delegates and will be the nominee of the Democratic Party following the close of voting on Monday.
So yeah, looks like it's all but wrapped up here on the nomination of Kamala Harris. I don't think we need to talk more necessarily about that. I think technically something still has to happen, like he was saying, on Monday. Is Monday the Democratic National Convention? Hold on. God damn it. No, that's 3 weeks from now. Okay. Let's go to this. Here's Kamala Harris reacting to having secured enough Democratic delegate votes to be the party's nominee.
So as chair of this great party, as chair of
God
this
damn it,
party
you're
that
not
is
Kamala
built on
Harris. You are not Kamala Harris, sir. What is happening? So rude.
I am honored to be the presumptive Democratic nominee for President of the United States, and I will tell you the tireless work of our delegates, our state leaders, and staff has been pivotal in making this moment possible. So, of course, I will officially accept your nomination next week once the virtual voting period is closed. But already I'm happy to know that we have enough delegates to secure the nomination. So we are in this, everyone. We are in this. We are on the road. And you know, it's not going to be easy, but we're going to get this done. And as your future president, I know we are up to this fight. And when we fight, everyone will say in unison, we win.
That sounds fun. We can do things together. Am I still on top chat? No, okay, I'm on live chat now. I feel like YouTube has been suppressing non-top chat. I guess bottom chat. Oh god, that sounds... Wow, it's just fucked up. But yeah. I keep, for whatever reason, when things happen, I think whenever I either reload the page or do something else like that, it just goes straight back to top chats. Like, and this is what you really wanted, right? Even though you clicked the little drop-down menu and went down and you clicked live chat, that's not what you really wanted, right? And I'm like, no, that's not what that's wrong. You are wrong. Okay, now let's start talking here a little bit about the vice presidential picks, because this is really what's being talked most about, I would say, as Kamala seems to have wrapped it up. But there's still at least 4 or 5 very serious contenders right now that are being discussed actively. Let's start off the discussion here with the Associated Press sort of nutshelling it for us 3 hours ago.
Kamala Harris is on the verge of choosing a vice presidential running mate, and it comes just as she secured enough votes from Democratic delegates to become the party's nominee for president.
The outpouring of support we have witnessed for the vice president has been unprecedented.
I am honored to be the presumptive Democratic nominee for president of the United States.
The Democratic National Committee is using virtual voting to complete the process of formally nominating Harris and her soon-to-be-named running mate by Monday, 2 weeks before the party's convention opens in Chicago. Harris has not yet chosen her VP pick, and she's expected to interview candidates over the weekend. The frontrunners include Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Harris has said she and her running mate will hit the campaign trail early next week. The vice president and her number two then plan to head out on a 7-state swing of key battlegrounds, including Pennsylvania, Arizona, and North Carolina.
Okay, so yeah, those are the kind of the main four right now, right? Being talked about: Kelly, Shapiro, Beshear, and Walz. Now, let's go back to the discussion that Mark Lamont Hill and Democracy Now! Were having earlier in the week here. Or was it earlier this week? I guess it was just yesterday.
So you mentioned pro-Palestinian protest.
Hold on. Now Disco Wolf is pro-Waltz? I thought that you were all upset about us potentially having taken your governor for vice president, and now you're on the Waltz train. Interesting. Very interesting. Changes happening before our eyes here in chat right now.
So you mentioned pro-Palestinian protests. Kamala Harris is expected to announce her choice for running mate any day now, by Tuesday, it said. Potential candidates include Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, and Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro is reportedly at the top of her list. Many progressives are raising alarm about Shapiro's record on promoting corporate tax breaks and school vouchers, raising issues about accelerating climate change, and demonizing pro-Palestinian protests. Earlier this year, Governor Shapiro called on the University of Pennsylvania to disband a Gaza Solidarity encampment. He also supported the dismissal of the University of Pennsylvania's president, Elizabeth McGill, amidst that firestorm fueled by right-wing politicians and media over free speech and support for Palestinian rights on campus. This is Governor Shapiro speaking in May.
By their own admission, the leaders at the University of Pennsylvania have made clear that those protesters, those who are living in these so-called encampments, are violating the rules of the university and in some cases the laws of the city of Philadelphia. The university has tried to negotiate and discuss the matter with those protesters. That has proven to not be effective. Over the last 24 hours at the University of Pennsylvania, the situation has gotten even more unstable and out of control. More rules have been violated, more laws.
If I recall correctly, the University of Pennsylvania was pretty heavy-handed with all of this. That's what he's talking about right now, right?
Have been broken. That is absolutely unacceptable.
That's Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro speaking in the rain in May. Mark Lamont Hill, you're joining us from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. You're co-author of Except for Palestine, The Limits of Progressive Politics. You've covered these protests extensively, as well as the Middle East, as a host on Al Jazeera. Your response?
There are so many things here. There's a really good chance that Kamala Harris is going to choose Josh Shapiro to be her running mate. In some ways, in the most obvious way, I oppose that. Josh Shapiro challenges democratic practices. He doesn't believe in free speech. He's warned, state employees here in Pennsylvania about how they respond to what was the genocide in Gaza, questioning their behavior, policing their behavior. He very clearly supports Zionism. Political Zionism. He very clearly supports the genocidal war in Gaza. He's been actively and vocally supportive of Israel's war on Gaza since October 7th and prior. We could also get into school vouchers. We could get into climate justice. In every conceivable way, Josh Shapiro is not a progressive candidate. And it would be very frustrating to see her make that choice. But in some ways, it would make our political reality much more clear. People right now are trying to project a green screen onto Kamala Harris the same way they did to Barack Obama, meaning they want to project their radical ideologies and their progressive ideologies and imagination onto her. That's not who she is. She very clearly supports AIPAC. She very clearly is a liberal, but certainly not a progressive or a radical. So what Josh Shapiro as a choice would do is it would remind us of what we're dealing with. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, it's not because you're getting a radical or even a progressive. You're voting for her because you want to keep Trump out of the White House. You can make your own political decisions about what that means, but we need to be very clear about what we're getting and about what we're not getting. But if you were somebody who was not voting for Biden because of him underwriting this vicious war in Gaza, then there's absolutely no way you could justify voting for Kamala Harris as she chooses Josh Shapiro. And the two of them, it's not just Shapiro, the two of them are just as supportive of this war machine as every other mainstream corporate Democrat.
And to those who say, to your response, that you can vote for Kamala Harris if you want to keep Trump out of the White House, that Governor Shapiro, presides over a state that is a key battleground state that she would need to win.
Well, that's the argument, right? Is that but it's Trump's argument for choosing J.D. Vance, which he probably regrets at this point. If you want to keep Trump out of the White House, Josh Shapiro does help. I mean, that's a great point. But the question is, when you win the White House, what do you get, right? There has to be a way to keep Trump away, to keep Trump out of D.C., which I support, but still not compromise all possibility of actually meeting our collective needs. Again, I'm not talking about pie in the sky. I'm not talking about an imagined future 100 years from now. I'm saying right now, we have to challenge Kamala Harris to be better. We have to challenge Kamala Harris to meet our needs. And if we don't even hold her accountable for the vice presidential choices she makes right now, when there are clearly more progressive options on the table, then we've forfeited our own kind of agency here. Let's do both. Let's keep Trump out of the White House, but let's also apply some pressure. That's all I got to say.
Okay. There's Mark Lamont Hill reminding us that we need to apply pressure to Kamala. And the fact is her policies have changed over time. So they can probably go back to, or progress in some sort of positive way, I think. Could be wrong, We'll see how this all goes down, but at least in this time, I think we do need to be at least voicing our concerns about Josh Shapiro and speaking up for the people that we want to see in office. People like, I don't know, Andy Beshear or Tim Walz. Here's UAW President Sean Fain talking about the vice presidential hopefuls.
Is there anyone out there that you're pushing for or think should be Kamala's running mate this election?
Look, there's a lot of great candidates, but I'll be honest. I mean, personally, for me, I love Andy Beshear. The man stood with us every step of the way. He's won, in a state that's red twice now as a Democrat in Mitch McConnell's home state. And also Tim Walz has been a great labor guy. So literally, when we look at it, as a group, we've analyzed all these candidates. We feel like, Beshear and Walz are by far the top two, that represent labor's interest and that will stand up for working class people. You know, I'm a huge fan of Andy Bashir, personally.
So yeah, that was Sean Fain saying he's both a fan of Andy Bashir and Tim Walz, saying
Minnesota's
that they are
governor is reportedly
the top 2 candidates for labor. So hopefully it's one of those 2 people. You really concerned me there, BCat. When I saw Stefan, I thought maybe there was an accident. I started like going up. I saw all of his messages deleted. I was like, oh my god, what happened? Did Stefan go rogue? All right, let's go to this. This is a report from CBS Minnesota from 2 days ago. Governor Tim Walz in the top tier of VP contenders for Kamala Harris.
Minnesota's governor is reportedly among these 5 finalists to join the Democratic ticket. Kirsten Mitchell is in the newsroom right now with the new reporting. Kirsten?
Yeah, that new reporting is Governor Tim Walz is in the top tier of VP contenders. In a national interview tonight, the governor explained his new line of attack, calling Donald Trump weird, and it's catching on with the candidate herself.
Don't you find some of their stuff to just be plain weird?
Look, I've dealt with bullies. I had 20 years in the classroom. This is about making sure you take away this perceived power he has, and in most cases with bullies, he doesn't have that.
Vice President Kamala Harris used that line tonight at a rally in Atlanta that featured an appearance by rappers Megan Thee Stallion and Quavo. Donald Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, held 2 rallies in the swing state of Nevada tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to make a decision about her running mate by Monday and hit the campaign trail next week, including a stop in western Wisconsin. Amelia?
Okay, yeah. Let's see. Is there one other one? There's one other one.
Governor Tim Walz's stock in the Kamala Harris VP race appears to be on the rise.
Bloomberg Business Magazine reports that Walz is one of the top 3 candidates. Why is Walz trending, and why are some of his TV interviews going viral? As Esme Murphy reports, it's all about one word: weird.
That stuff is weird. They come across weird. I see Donald Trump talking about the wonderful Hannibal Lecter or whatever weird thing he's on tonight. That is weird behavior, and I don't think you call it anything else. It is simply what we're observing.
The weird word is headline making for Governor Walz, with the ultimate seal of approval coming from the candidate herself.
You may have noticed Donald Trump has been resorting to some wild lies about my record, and some of what he and his running mate are saying, well, it's just plain weird.
Weird. It may be weird, but analysts say Walz has succeeded in labeling Trump in a way Democrats believe is working.
I am sure that the Democrats are doing a lot of polling, and this weird language is very effective.
The result, recognition and veep stakes possibilities on the rise.
Tim Walz went from an obscure Midwestern governor. If you're thinking of the Olympics of vice presidents, Tim Walz is one of the favorites now.
The final word on the veep stakes winner, of course, is
I really wanted to tie it all back to current events just now.
Kamala Harris's. Other candidates have their strengths. Governor Josh Shapiro represents Pennsylvania, which has 19 electoral college votes. Arizona Senator Mark Kelly was an astronaut and Navy pilot. And Governor Tim Walz has his years as a school teacher, as a member of Congress, and governor. He also has the clout that comes with coming up with the weird label that more and more Democrats seem to enjoy using against Donald Trump.
Don't be creepy.
In Minneapolis, Esme Murphy, WCCO News.
I do feel like I should clip a Waltz weird for later use. Okay, that's enough of our discussion about the vice presidential candidacy. Still a very contested race. Let's just hope it doesn't wind up being Josh. I keep wanting to call Josh Shapiro Ben Shapiro. I don't know why. Lance invented weird. Lance of the Serfs invented the word weird. Wow. True story, huh? I had never heard that before. I have no reason to doubt this random comment that you've just put in the comment section. Okay, let's go to this. This is Cron 4 from 20 hours ago. San Francisco mayor prioritizes moving unhoused out of the city. You heard that, right?
Illegal.
She's prioritizing moving the unhoused out of the city. Just moving them. Just out. To where it's unclear.
San Francisco will now be offering the unhoused a ride out of town before they offer shelter or other supportive services. Mayor London Breed issued an executive directive today, changing the city's policy to prioritize relocation support.
There it is. You heard it directly from Ground 4. Not just me saying it. That's her plan. To offer them a bus ticket. Hey, you want to just get the fuck out of here? Here's a bus ticket. Just wow. There's so much happening with all of this in terms of legislation locally and all the way up to the Supreme Court. Just trying to pass the buck of homelessness until eventually that buck comes back. I don't know. There is no plan for actual solutions, really. Unfortunately, at least not yet. We've seen a couple of good things happening here and there, but it's not nearly. None of it's nearly pervasive enough to be changing much of this. Let's talk about another factor in all of this. Here's More Perfect Union from a day ago. Here's the real reason you can't afford a house.
How am I supposed to compete with a hedge fund out of Texas on buying a home? It makes you feel insane because it's like there's a conspiracy against me at this point.
If you're looking for a place to live right now, you face a radically different housing market than people did even just 15 years ago. Home prices have gone up, rents have gone up, evictions have increased, and a whole group of would-be home buyers has been priced out of homeownership, becoming permanent renters.
People want to own the American dream. They don't want to rent the American dream.
They've been replaced by an industry that treats our communities and neighborhoods like a day trader treats stocks, just something to buy and sell to maximize return.
It's been catastrophic.
Really just a few firms have been able to target and corner the market here. Their business model is built on exploitation and on having a very uneven playing field tilted in their favor.
So who exactly is behind this? We went to the cities at the center of this crisis to understand how single-family homes became big business.
Okay. Not gonna watch this whole thing. Oh, Jesus. Why with the sneezing lately?
Single month, and then on top of that they still have to fix the home.
When she looked into Sandra's landlord, she found it's a Texas-based private equity firm that's among the largest owners of single-family homes in the country.
She rents from a corporate landlord called Amherst. Just in Charlotte, Amherst owns 1,583 homes. When you think of landlords, you think of someone that has maybe 2 houses, right? That's not what we're dealing with. We're dealing with, backed by Wall Street, corporations that own thousands of homes.
Sandra says she spent $25,000 repairing the house, and Amherst hasn't paid her back for any of it.
They actually have an office here in Charlotte, which we went to, and it's 2 suites that are filled with boxes. No one's there.
Wow. After Sandra protested publicly, the company finally contacted her and sent an inspector to the house. Then they offered her $2,000 to leave.
So it's basically just a shell company that just owns real estate. It's very creepy. Hold on. Fact is, this is just one of many companies like this. I mean, Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett's company, owns a ton of residential real estate. BlackRock. There's so many examples of these people that are just destroying people's the housing. They are creating the housing crisis right now.
Large corporations were really not involved in the single-family rental market at all.
After the 2008 crash, Wall Street saw an opportunity in millions of foreclosed homes, especially in the Sunbelt cities hardest hit.
What the foreclosure prices presented was a mass of available inventory for extremely cheap.
So when property values skyrocketed over the next decade, the proceeds went to Wall Street, not to the people who now rented the homes. The result has been a housing recovery without a homeowner recovery. By 2022, large investors were buying more than 1 in every 4 single-family homes sold in the US.
The absolute largest companies really there are 2. The first is Invitation Homes, which is a publicly traded real estate investment trust. The next biggest actor is Progress Residential, which is owned by a private equity firm, Pretium Partners, based in New York City on Wall Street. After those 2 biggest companies, there's really 4 more. Amherst Holdings, based in Texas. First Key Homes, owned by Cerberus Capital Management. American Homes for Rent, now known as AMH. And then Tricon American Homes. There's really 3 things that these landlords are able to do. The first is these landlords raise rent and fees at much faster rates than any other type of landlord.
Yeah, because they're all using things like RealPage, and the smaller landlords have been slower to get on board, but they're not. But they are also not. What's the word? Free of any sort of, what do you call it? Blame here.
The second thing is that eviction is a really core part of their business model. Institutional investors are way more likely to file for eviction, not as a kind of last resort, but actually at the very first moment they're able to. And then the third thing is that we know these companies are actually producing worse outcomes in terms of building maintenance. So they are in effect providing a worse product for higher prices.
Exactly, because the fact is if you're running a faceless company from far away and you never have to see any of the people who your bad business practices are affecting, well, there's a less likelihood that you're going to, be concerned about their well-being, or at least, maybe not you, I'm not saying you personally, but especially people that are involved in this kind of thing. I think it does in fact make it easier, right? Not the people who are closer to their tenants can't do bad things. That's not at all where I'm going with this, but you get what I'm saying. It's that sort of disconnect that makes this bad behavior easier to do, harder to get any sort of justice for. We've been talking a lot about housing lately. We don't need to keep talking about this. Let's keep it going. Let's talk about this. I mean, this is technically also about housing, but in a very different way. This is the Associated Press from 2 hours ago from outside a New York City migrant shelter where police conducted a massive search for supposedly, quote-unquote, dangerous contraband.
They just came with dogs, and so a police officer came here. Maybe just they searching for some things hiding, or if people just get some drugs hiding, drugs or weapons. Maybe I think it's for that reason. But no, I don't have drugs here. I don't have weapons, and I don't know nobody who get drugs or get weapons hiding. Yeah, I don't see nobody get arrested. I don't know, but if someone get arrested, I don't know, but I don't see. I'm not gonna say he's safe because there is no police officer here. Someone who get like about security, the security who is here, they don't have like weapons. They don't have power like to do the same work that the police officer is doing, you know. But sometimes people just can get fighting together, and when they fight, yes, but everything can happen. That's the reason I'm not gonna say 100% we are safe. But you know, we are not safe in this way. We're not safe.
So yeah, as you can see, absolutely massive number of cops descended on this migrant refugee camp, essentially, in New York City, for supposed dangerous contraband. Now, there's been no companion video that's come out, and I am subscribed to a bunch of New York City outlets, and so you would think if they found a bunch of stuff, they would have made that apparent to us. Perhaps I wasn't looking hard enough. But just seems like a waste of police resources and a bunch of unnecessary harassment of migrants. Could be wrong, could be wrong. Let's go here. Do the majority report with Sam Cedar. Just from 4 hours ago. And we actually talked about this same story, I think, earlier this week, which I thought was, since the week ending report seemed like a good thing for us to do, but in a different way.
Because I heard this on the AP this morning, that McDonald's was being forced to lower its prices or to cut back on employees because of inflation has made it too hard for people to eat at McDonald's. Illegal. And this is completely counterintuitive, or at least it just struck me as weird, because when things get more expensive, McDonald's is generally the beneficiary. God bless you. Because instead of eating at Outback Steakhouse or, Fuddruckers or whatever it is, we're going to go out to McDonald's tonight with the kids. That's generally what happens. Dean Baker had a piece. NPR tells us McDonald's is a victim of inflation. They're losing customers to inflation, is what the headline said on All Things Considered. The gist of the piece is that the economy is so bad that people can no longer afford to eat at McDonald's. And now the company is being forced to lower its prices. Incredibly, Dean Baker writes, the piece never once mentions the company's profits. They went from $11.18 billion in the year ending December 2019, before the pandemic, to $14.69 billion the year ending March. What? An increase of more than 31%. That compares to an overall inflation rate of 21% over this period.
Did they increase their prices during that period? Does it say? And then are they decreasing it to go back to levels that...
Oh, they definitely did, Emma. They absolutely increased their prices during that time. You know what else happened during that time? The BDS movement. Now, I know that not everybody in America or the world was on board with the BDS movement, but some people certainly were. I personally would like to attribute at least some portion of it to that.
You see the CPI basically return to pre-pandemic
That's probably more likely what they did. They ramped up their prices because they could. I mean, look, I'm going shopping for a used car for my daughter now. We're going in halvesies. And I was talking to a guy at, I go to like small dealers, not like, full-on dealers. And the guy's like, right now it's just price gouging. Because he said, like, all the chips.
You're playing the game called capitalism.
All the chips that they needed for new cars came in, a year or two ago. They've been producing the new cars, and they're just keeping their prices up because people get used to them. And they're like, okay, fine. That's what the price of a car is, and people accept it.
Exactly. It's just psychology. Okay, let's keep talking about business here. Wall Street's had a difficult week, a couple weeks, honestly. Let's go here from the very serious news organization called Reuters. This is 2 hours ago. Stocks drop. NASDAQ in a correction after jobs report.
U.S. stocks plummeted for a second straight session on Friday, and the NASDAQ confirmed it was in correction territory after a soft jobs report stoked fears of an oncoming recession. The Dow dropped 1.5%, the S&P 500 shed more than 1.8%, and the NASDAQ nosedived more than 2.4% and is now down more than 10% from its recent high. The Labor Department said non-farm payrolls increased by 114,000 jobs last month, well short of the average forecast of 175,000 by economists polled by Reuters. And the unemployment rate jumped to a near three-year high of 4.3%. The data added to concerns the economy was weakening faster than expected, with investors now betting the Federal Reserve may cut rates in September by 50 basis points, double the previous estimate. But Eric Lynch, managing director of Scharf Investments, said Friday's sell-off marked a healthy recalibration for a stock market driven almost solely by big tech, and that the underwhelming jobs report did not necessarily portend gloom and doom for the economy.
That is one thing that has absolutely fueled the stock market to where it is. It's been one of the main factors, right? I mean, we talked about Nvidia earlier this year a couple of times, where they became the most valuable company on the planet just due to the mere speculation that their AI chips would make enough money to one day justify all of that money put into the stock. And, you know, it was never based upon how much money they were actually making. It was always just all about how much money they might make from all of this great stuff that's going to get done with AI. And honestly, the chip AI, whatever you want to call them, those companies have been having a rough time, it would seem. Vibes-based economy, baby. That's right. Keeping it especially vibeful here in the Americas. Let's go on into this. By the way, I think we don't need to watch this one. I was planning on skipping this one. But you all heard, right, that the jobs picture was not as bright as supposed economists thought it would be. Both unemployment ticked up and a lot fewer, not quite half, like 40% less jobs added than expected. Videful, exactly. We're going to skip this one. Let's go to this. Striking U.S. video game actors say AI is threatening their jobs. Whoops, it's muted. No, don't do that.
Hollywood is seeing a new strike this summer over AI, this time over work in video games. Striking game voice actors and motion capture performers held their first picket on Thursday in front of Warner Brothers Games, saying that AI is a threat to their careers. Chief negotiator at SAG-AFTRA, Duncan Crabtree Island, is at the forefront of the operation.
They are trying to separate out some of our members and say, we're not going to give these protections to some of you. We're going to give them just to a few and not to everyone. That's unacceptable. And the fact is, everybody needs protection from abusive use of AI. Actually, everybody in this country needs protection from it.
The strike follows failed labor negotiations with game developers focused on AI protections and follows similar strikes last year surrounding film and television. The gaming strikes began last week. Among other sticking points is lack of recognition for motion capture actors, whose likenesses are already being fed into AI systems. Andy Norris performed movements for major games over the last few years, including the main antagonist in Diablo 4, Lilith, and was the model for most of the female characters in fantasy shooter Immortals of Avium.
You don't know that I have done these characters because I'm not attached to it, right?
The decision to strike follows months of negotiations with major video game companies. However, analysts have said that major publishers like Electronic Arts and Take-Two will likely stave off a big hit from the strike due to their in-house studios and the lengthy development cycles for games. The No Fakes Act, a bipartisan bill in Congress which would make it illegal to make an AI replica of someone's likeness and voice without their permission, has gained support from the SAG-AFTRA Performers Union, the Motion Picture Association, the Recording Academy, and Disney. Several global figures have said AI are an urgent policy issue, from Taylor Swift to Vice President Kamala Harris, the presumptive Democrat nominee in this year's U.S. election.
Yeah, you heard the guy at the beginning, who I think had it right. The companies want to give only some people credit for their work in perpetuity, others not so much. And there shouldn't be picking and choosing between people. They're all in a union. They should all be getting the same sort of, what do you call it? Compensation and fair treatment. Not having like separately like negotiated terms on things like this. Okay. We have actually a bunch of AI stories to talk about today. Let's go to this. This is from Reuters from 15 hours ago, where the U.S. has launched an antitrust probe into NVIDIA over AI chips.
The US Department of Justice has opened an antitrust probe into NVIDIA. That's according to a report by tech industry publication The Information on Thursday. It says the move follows complaints from rivals that the firm may have abused its dominant position in the market for AI chips. Officials will reportedly look at whether NVIDIA pressured cloud providers to buy multiple products. They will also examine whether the company charges customers a higher price for networking gear if they plan on buying AI chips from rivals like AMD or Intel. In a statement to Reuters, the firm said it scrupulously adhered.
It's definitely illegal. You can't do that. I'm almost 100% positive that you cannot do that. Oh, you're buying chips from our competitor? Oh, looks like your order just went up 15% in your cart. Super sorry, but oh no, can't. No, the system says can't go back.
To all laws, and always work to ensure customers are able to choose the best solution. There was no immediate comment from the DOJ. Nvidia commands about 80% of the market for AI chips. The report says investigators have reached out to its rivals to gather details. US progressive groups and Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren have been pressing the DOJ to investigate the company. Antitrust enforcers in France have already indicated they could bring charges, with concerns including the way Nvidia bundles software and hardware.
Okay. So yeah. Nvidia being investigated by the U.S. Department of Justice. We will see what that all brings. That report certainly sounded pretty damning. Not gonna lie. Now let's look at a different chip company that's been attempting to get into the AI space. This is Cron 4 from a day ago, where apparently Intel is going to be cutting more than 15% of its workforce.
And we're learning more about Intel's plan to lay off thousands of workers. The Santa Clara-based company announcing today that it plans to lay off 15% of its workforce. The majority of the layoffs are going to be completed by the end of the year. Intel employs more than 124,000 employees worldwide, which means they plan to cut more than 18,000 jobs. It is not clear how many of them are here in the Bay Area.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
All right, welcome back.
And that's their Bay Area workforce. It's NVIDIA in Taiwan, the factory. I think they probably have multiple factories. I actually don't know for sure. But I'd have to look it up. Okay, now I'm coughing because that vape just hit real hard. Oh, God. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's go to this weird AI story here. This is from NBC Bay Area from a day ago. The wearable AI friend.
Don't be creepy. All right, welcome back. This story caught our eye. AI around your neck. A Bay Area company has a pendant that you wear on your neck that offers you encouragement throughout your day. The pendant is called Friend. Would you wear it? Here's our business and tech reporter, Scott Budman.
I don't know how to woo very good.
It's the video Silicon Valley is talking about.
I know the effects are crazy.
A teaser for a wearable product called Friend, which promises to be just that if you consider AI to be your friend.
You kind of have this feeling of no judgment, and I think that allows you to be a lot more authentic with it.
Avi Schiffman, the 21-year-old who created Friend and spent just shy of $2 million for the website friend.com, describes his product.
This kid had $2 million sitting around to just throw at this app? What? How much do you want to bet that that's all from crypto?
As a good listener.
Sorry, I got you messy.
The most similar relationship you could attribute it to might be a relationship with God, where it's this kind of omnipresent, all-knowing entity that you have around you, that you can kind of like talk to in a silent, private, confidant way with no judgment.
Not everyone is sold yet.
It sounds like it's designed by...
Like, this guy genuinely comes off to me as a crypto bro who's like metaverse plans didn't work out and is like, well, maybe I can bring the metaverse to the reality. And so he created an app of AI friend. I just that's what comes to my mind, and maybe I'm being too judgmental. I don't know.
Way with no judgment.
Not everyone is sold yet.
It sounds like it's designed by people that don't know how to make friends.
But tech professor Ahmed Banafa, who's tried many AI devices, says this might hit the mark.
It's remind me with the case when you are, you have a very close friend and you feel comfortable saying, some kind of a dumb thing to that friend without worrying that they're going to judge you.
The company says the device will cost $99 when it's available, no subscription necessary, and it'll essentially work like this. Put the lanyard around the neck, it'll have a pendant at the end of it. You push a button on the pendant and it will give you encouragement, advice, feedback on whatever it is you've been talking about. Yes, it listens.
That is so super normal. We all need that. We all need a non-creepy button hanging from a lanyard to tell us whatever. Tell us whatever things. You're doing a great job. Keep it up, pal. By the way, chat, keep it up. You're doing a great job. Okay. You know what? I think... yeah. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't yet, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. They're both very important. Thank you for the Hydrate Omega Star. What was I saying? Ah, yes. By the way, you can see that Twitch notification up there in the left-hand corner of the screen. Pay close enough attention. It's coming from the moon. Okay, now, what was I saying? Ah, yes. If you've liked and subscribed already, the best way to help support the channel is on Patreon. Got multiple tiers, multiple benefits. But honestly, the base tier for just a few dollars a month gets you so much. Allows you to come hang out with me and the rest of the galactic patrons here poolside. Or perhaps here, by the bar. Maybe you want to be on a boat here on the lake. You can do that. Or you can be a whale, breaching through the beautiful water. Or you just want to chill on the galactic streets here with me. All possibilities at the very base tier on Patreon for just $3 US a month. That's right. That's not it. Get access to a super secret Discord channel. Shoutouts every single stream. And so much more. I can't even list it all right now. Alright, now, galactic intermission time, so enjoy yourselves, but maybe get those things done in this next few minutes that you needed to do. Maybe grab yourselves a drink or a snack. Maybe do some quick yoga poses, help blood flow. I don't know, just thinking out loud. Alright, chat, I'll be right back. Making pretty good time. Although I do fear that will not be the case for the rest of this goddamn spacecast. Now, what are we gonna do next? You're behind the stream. You know, that's happened to me recently a number of times. I'll notice on one of my devices the stream is behind where I'm at. It's very annoying. It's very annoying to me and I don't like it. But I'm the host, yeah. But like I watch on my very old generation. I don't even know exactly what generation it is, but I think it's like at least like 3 or 4, maybe more generations behind the current iteration of the iPad. I use that as like a monitoring device, right? And sometimes I'll just notice that YouTube kicks it back, you know, 15, 20, 30 seconds. And it's very, very rude.
How rude.
I don't appreciate it.
Don't even play.
Ooh, good point. Moanoa makes 1 like away from hitting 50. Good God, that's a lot of likes. That is an incredible number of likes. Alright, let's talk the environment. There's a bunch of things to talk about, but I think we'll ease into the environment today. It's been a difficult week. Let's start here. Cron 4 from 7 hours ago. BART, Silicon Valley Extension, gets a $5 billion boost.
The federal government has announced a $5.1 billion grant to help complete the project. Cron 4's Charles Clifford joins us live now from Santa Clara with the latest. Charles?
Well, imagine getting on a BART train in San Francisco, taking over to Oakland, down the East Bay to San Jose, switching over to Caltrain, going up the peninsula to right back where you started in San Francisco. It's called Ring the Bay, and it's been the goal of transportation planners for decades. And this week, that dream took a big step towards becoming reality.
Good morning, everyone.
On Friday, the South Bay's Valley Transportation Authority announced that the Federal Transit Administration has approved nearly $5.1 billion in grant money to help complete the long-in-the-works BART Silicon Valley extension. VTA received the news on Thursday.
This is a historic investment, over $5 billion that we didn't have yesterday.
This is the second largest investment that the federal government has made in any single transportation project in the country's history.
The largest in history. Only took decades to happen. Only a few decades left. And it's an extension for Silicon Valley. Just let that settle in.
The extension project has a goal of connecting the Berryessa North San Jose BART station to 2 new stations near downtown San Jose and a station in Santa Clara near the existing Caltrain station just west of Mineta.
In fact, I would have much appreciated if they had skipped Silicon Valley, since most of the people working in Silicon Valley, I think, can afford like electric vehicles, right? It would be better for the environment. It would cut down on more carbon emissions if you were to go to a community that, you know, couldn't afford electric vehicles the same way that maybe people living near or adjacent to Google might. Now, I'm not saying everybody who lives in the valley, but you get what I'm saying here. Do you? I think you get it. Hold on, I'm going to keep listening to this.
National Airport. The entire project is expected to cost around $12.7 billion. The new federal funding, along with local, regional, and state funding and voter-approved tax measures, covers most of the cost, but there is still a $700 million gap that will need to be closed. VTA says the work to find that money will begin immediately.
We're going to take immediate steps to address this shortfall. For a 60-day period, there will be a freeze on authorizing any new professional spending, and we're going to renegotiate our current contracts. We're going to ask everybody to help.
And that we come together.
We're all going to come together.
Phrasing.
Okay. Oh my god. Just became one of our mods' birthdays just now. Oh my god. That is just incredible. Well done for having made it through the last year completely unscathed. Knock on wood. You may have to celebrate your birthday on stream. May very well have to happen. Okay, now let's go on to a different potential benefit to our environment on multiple levels. There's K-Pix, CBS News Bay Area from a day ago. Seaweed shows promise in climate change fight.
Not in Project Earth, Hog Island is known for its oysters. But the North Bay farm is now focusing on harvesting something else, seaweed. Max Darrow shows us the benefits of these underwater plants and their potential to help fight climate change.
So right now we're out on the Tamales Bay and we are headed to one of the Hog Island oyster farms.
On a picturesque summer day in Northern California, Max Rintoul, Lauren Kino, and Gary Fleener, all with Hog Island Oyster Company, head out for an exploratory harvest. But today, Fleener, the science and research director, says it's not the oysters they're interested in.
In addition to oysters, this area is an incredibly productive habitat for seaweeds as well. You know, we're growing oysters, but what you see is all this green stuff, right? Which is seaweed.
But until recently, the team couldn't legally harvest it.
And we worked with the state to amend our permits.
They primarily harvest the seaweed for use in Hog Island's restaurants.
Nice, fluffy.
Which is why Kino, the culinary director, is a part of this expedition.
We'd make a salsa verde with sea lettuce. We can also dehydrate it and make it into like dried parsley flakes and crust a fish with it.
But Fleener is eager to get his hands wet for the sake of science and environmental sustainability.
Some of this is great as food, but can we take some of this extensive biomass and utilize it up at our ranch, for example, to create perhaps a high-value soil amendment, some kind of a biostimulant?
Something to enrich the soil. According to Fleener, they're working with a team of researchers from California universities just awarded a California Sea Grant to study the macroalgae that recruits to shellfish gear and what can come from it. Zooming out from Fleener's focus, there is a lot of momentum right now for research about harvesting seaweed, its use, and the impacts it can have on climate change.
You can see here bull kelp starting to grow on that line.
Luke Gardner is a research faculty member at San Jose State University's Moss Landing Marine Laboratories.
We're just starting to discover seaweed aquaculture in the US and California, and it can be a very low impact way of producing resources that we need. whether it be food or things like biomaterials.
But he says there is a ton to learn and little data out there at this point.
I definitely think one of the exciting things about seaweed is all that stuff we don't know about.
However, he says early research shows harvesting and using seaweed can have various climate-related benefits.
This one's my favorite.
For example,
so this is Ogo. It has some potential to reduce the methane emissions from cattle. Methane is a climate pollutant. It doesn't last as long as CO2, but it's about 25 times more potent.
Gardner
sounds like this guy's been listening to the Galactic News Network. We talk about that all the time. And yeah, this is in fact the strain of seaweed that helps cut down on the methane emissions from cows by, I've heard of as much as 80 to 90%, something like that. He was much too subdued when talking about it, honestly. You should be way more excited. That's just me. Oh wait, I just totally forgot, because I was distracted by the fact that it was Solife's birthday. I forgot to give you your support character. That's a 1. Can't give you 2 baculus. That's an 11. I have no idea. That might be... Is that George Carlin? I don't know. I don't know. We'll find out. We will find out who that is. Oh, I know who 11 is. Uh-huh. You present 41 cakes each with a single candle. I see no cakes or candles. What are you? What is this? Okay. Let's move on from seaweed, which is of course very interesting and seemingly useful in multiple arenas. Also, they didn't bring up the fact that many seaweed happen to suck out carbon from the atmosphere by way of good old photosynthesis. Let's go on to this. This is current news from Canada. Talked about this real quick, I think, a couple days ago. CBC News from 13 hours ago. Landslide blocking BC River could give way, causing flash floods, according to officials.
Officials in British Columbia have issued an evacuation order for residents living near the Chilcotin River in the central interior. Earlier this week, a landslide blocked the river, effectively creating a dam. And now there are concerns about flash flooding. For more on this story, we're joined by Linda Ward. Linda, what do we know right now about the imminent threat to the residents?
Yeah, so imminent flooding, possible evacuations. A lot is being said by the government of the effect of this massive landslide. So debris, soil going down into the Chilcotin River. Now, this river is a tributary into the Fraser River. It is upstream of Negwentlet, also known as Farwell Canyon, in the Caribou region, a little under 300 kilometers north of Vancouver. We can show you some satellite imagery of the effect of this landslide. This is the before picture, and we can show you what it looks like after the landslide that happened.
Shit.
You can see the water just getting backed up. This dam is...
Okay, that's not good. That's not especially... Yeah. Looks normal. Fish and other wildlife, fine.
Picture, and we can show you what it looks like after the landslide that happened.
And oh my god, look at how big the area is. That's what this is right here. Right? Yeah, you can see it. That's just the hillside.
We can show you what it looks like after the landslide that happened. You can see the water just getting backed up. This dam is massive, 600 meters wide, 30 meters deep. The water building up behind it, causing essentially an 8 to 10 kilometer long lake. Officials...
Good God. Hold on, we can't watch this whole thing. We don't need to watch the whole thing, probably. Honestly, whatever. We're just gonna keep watching a little bit more.
Again, flash flooding, imminent. That could happen within the next day or so. An outburst of water, trees, debris that are caught up behind this dam could come down and then cause water levels to increase very, very quickly. The Chilcotin National Government has declared a local state of emergency. We heard from the chair of the Caribou Regional District about just...
Yeah, and you can definitely tell that way back. This is going... what is a helicopter? Yeah. Like, they are flying pretty quick. Way back here. 1,000 plus thousands of yards, honestly. You can see all the way back. Like, here you can see the trees still poking up, right? Along these supposed banks, but these are actually hillsides. And these trees were not underwater beforehand. You can just tell, especially because of things like this. Fucking, that right there is a fucking pine tree. Pine trees don't grow underwater.
How this potential flooding could happen.
It will happen either one or two ways. Either the water that is building up behind the landslide will get to the level where it goes over the top of the landslide, or the water will find a way through, like a fissure through the landslide area. And as that water gets through a small area, it will erode away the sand. So eventually, the whole thing will give way.
And we're showing you.
Perhaps, thankfully, not that many people live downstream of this that will be affected. However, they have evacuated some people. It's not a huge number. I think it's less than 100. But it will certainly be also an ecological disaster to some degree. By the way, Soul Life, if you make it to the next break, we'll put on the birthday song for you. If you make it to the end of the environmental third of the stream, you can manage to stay awake. We will celebrate your birthday right now. And by right now, I mean today. Okay, now because it's been a difficult week, I figured we would look at this. This is also from Canada. CBC News from 11 hours ago. These therapy goats love humans. $60 likes? Unbelievable. Is that possible?
For those who've never tried it, can you tell me about the benefits of specifically working with animals in therapy?
Well, so I'm a counseling therapist by trade, and just recently, about a month ago, I went full-time into doing animal-assisted psychotherapy here at my farm. So I do have specialty training in this. I've been a traditional counseling therapist for about a decade now. And so these guys, yeah, they're dual purpose. So they're training to be pack animals, but I currently use them in therapy sessions, and we bottle feed them, which helps them really attach with humans, and then we use them in the therapeutic environment with kids and some adults as well. And a lot of times attachment is a theme that needs to be worked on. These guys want to jump in your pocket. They want to be your best friend.
Yeah,
they're big,
but
and
they
can be
have
intimidating,
huge horns.
but they're like big puppies, so that can be very powerful in a therapeutic context. So,
I mean, goats are great, but you get kids that are too short around them. I mean, it could be bad. I don't know.
Here's
they
the
are
next
they are super cute though. Not gonna lie.
Of pack goats. We have Athena right here. She's 2 months old, and she'll be part of our breeding program in a couple years. And then that's Aries right there, also 2 months, give or take.
Okay.
And we're just in the process now of bottle feeding them, getting them trained up. They'll start some walks here in the next week or so. As you can see, they're pretty eager to get a little munch. Okay.
Oh, the
There
tail's
we go.
really going. That's
Yep.
so cute. Well, this is definitely a first for me, but I could see how you can get attached in no time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, but did that feel therapeutic for anybody at all? By the way, great job on getting to 60 likes, supposedly. Truly incredible. You're all pushing the limitations of emotional support characters practically every stream. I did roll it again for you. Got an 8, which is an Astrid. Astrid Farnsworth. Right, that's her name. But stream software is moving a little slow. Hopefully it catches up here shortly. We're not even fully 2 hours in, and yet it's already decided to mutiny against us, most specifically you, the viewer. Is just ridiculous. Now let's talk about and actually, I forgot to put that in. But I guess that was also from last week, too. We're gonna skip the Jasper fire. I think most of us are familiar with that. Let's go to California. Talk about the Park Fire, which is the 5th largest fire in California state history, which has been going on essentially all week. This is from 8 hours ago, CBS.
Firefighters are battling to contain the rapidly spreading Park Fire in Northern California, which has quickly become the state's largest wildfire this year. The Park Fire has already burned roughly 400,000 acres, making it the 4th largest wildfire in state history. And with hot, dry conditions in the forecast over the weekend, it is only expected to grow. CBS News Bay Area reporter Kevin Coe joins us now from Chico, California. So, interesting to note here as we see you wearing a mask. I'm always worried for you reporters who are covering these wildfires. What are you experiencing on the ground?
Well, let's start there. The air quality has truly taken a turn for the worse. It is currently, according to AQI levels, in the unhealthy category. And I spoke with a Bay Area pulmonary physician who told me that breathing in air that is in this unhealthy category is equivalent to smoking a pack of cigarettes. Of course, the air quality, all because of all of this smoke, which has been getting thicker and thicker for firefighters. So much so that they actually had troubles flying aircrafts to the Park Fire. They weren't even able to do that yesterday and overnight. Obviously, the loss of a very, very important tool for firefighters. Speaking of firefighters, take a live look right behind me. This is Highway 32. All of these firefighters right now are headed towards the Park Fire as I speak. You've got roughly around 6,400 firefighters just here to fight this wildfire. Something else I do want to point out, because you mentioned how hot it was, temperatures in the high 90s and the hundreds expected today. So obviously it will be dry. The tricky part about that is the vegetation of where the Park Fire is, it's already thick and dry. So imagine that just going up another level. Now, I also need to mention this as well. We talked about air quality. We talked about heat. Thunderstorms are coming this way, which can cause erratic fire behavior, according to firefighters we are speaking with. You add all of that together, it is not a good-looking picture just for today and also into the weekend as well.
So yeah, this thing is going to be going through the weekend. It's hundreds of thousands of acres. And it's basically out of control still. The winds are not helping. The location of much of it is not helping. And it's just one of many fires that we looked at all week. I figured we would just touch base with. Now, this is a fire. We're going to look at another fire, not in California, but in Colorado, which we looked at earlier in the week. It has now gotten worse. And remember, the fires that we were looking at in Colorado are mostly located either north or east of Denver and Boulder. So they're very close to quite populated area. Let's just remember some of this. This is from Denver 7 from a day ago. Hold on, I gotta line this up somewhere.
Now to the latest on those wildfire numbers. The largest fire is the Alexander Mountain Fire in Larimer County. In just the last hour, officials confirm it has grown to more than 8,000 acres since Monday. It's 0% contained.
Over there at the Stone Canyon Fire in Boulder County, it's more than 1,500 acres, and it is now 20% contained.
No growth.
So yeah, you can see Denver here, right? It's basically smack dab in the middle. I forgot about the one that's southwest of it as well. So it's practically surrounded by fire. The winds are kind of pushing eastward, as they're showing you with this this infographic, if you will. And Boulder is just north of Denver, right? There's a couple of fairly populated suburbs north of Denver here that are being most threatened by the fires here, obviously. But this whole area is kind of in a situation right now.
Reported overnight in the Quarry Fire, burning 341 acres in Jefferson County.
The Lakeshore Fire burning near Gross Reservoir remains at 6 acres and 0% containment.
And we have live team coverage for you tonight, spanning the 4 major fires across the Front Range.
So let's get started with Denver 7's Veronica.
Okay, that was from a day ago. Now let's move along if my stream software wants to work with us. There we go. Let's go to this. This is much more recent. This is from 9 hours ago from the Associated Press. Wildfires in Colorado burned dozens of homes and structures.
We're in for a long battle. What's long? We don't know. We know this. We have 3 big fires in the state of Colorado. The national news is focusing on this one. And there's lots of reasons for that. But one, this is one of the most densely populated, and it has proven to be absolutely one of the most challenging firefights I've seen in my 15 to 20 years of been doing this. It is steep and treacherous, and I've been talking about that for days, but boots on the ground are going to win this fight. Error is critical part of us winning this fight, but you can't put this fire out just by water and retardant. It's going to be boots on the ground. It's 98 degrees. You bet we're hot. Put on 30, 40, 50 if you like to go heavy gear, and then go up and down these mountains when it's loose footing and it's rocky and you're climbing over stuff and you're digging line. It's tough work. You better be ready, because we've seen fires run fast and hard. From a 10 by 10 Tuesday night, 10 foot by 10 foot, this went to 50 acres in an hour. That's fast. Are you going to be prepared to get your stuff out if that thing blows up?
So we thought about last night putting together an evacuation bag, but we didn't really get it done. We'll probably just put jewelry and collectibles and videos of family and stuff like that in there, because we can't pack up everything. I mean, it looks like there's no house.
This guy's just like on camera, just debating out loud what parts of his life he's prepared to either leave behind or bring with him. Good God. Okay. And that seems fun. I need the things. Yep, exactly. Need the collectibles were on the list. I don't know what collectibles exactly. But he needs that Babe Ruth rookie card. Whatever it is. Gary really blessed us this evening. We got a bunch of just a bunch of emotional support characters today. They were all mingling so beautifully. 7, and that's with only one rollover character. Bacula which is somewhat fitting, because I think we got 60. That might be the most likes that we've ever achieved on this stream. I could be wrong. It's definitely close. I don't have the data in front of me right now. What are we doing? Ah, yes. Still talking about this fire happening in Colorado. Let's go to this here. Denver 7 from 2 hours ago. Actually, wait, are these two different? Oh, fucking hell. Whatever. Day 5 of the Alexander Mountain Fire. Lightning, storms, and add risk for new starts.
And now to the Alexander Mountain Fire burning in Larimer County. The map shows current mandatory evacuation orders there in red. Some areas were changed to voluntary evacuations. Those are the ones in yellow. Officials say.
Now, when we last looked at this map, the zoomed in map, so this is what I'm talking about. Denver is south here, right? Where the Denver 7 logo is. I'm pretty sure Denver is located south of this logo. This black portion, if I'm not mistaken, is the burned or burning portion currently. The red is the mandatory evacuation area. The yellow is the voluntary but suggested evacuation area. This has moved. It's gotten a lot bigger. It's moved a great deal east. It was way over here earlier. Like, this gray portion actually was the spot where it, kind of nearly where the spot where it was originally, if I'm not mistaken. It's moved way closer to this area. Okay.
At least 24 structures have been damaged or destroyed. Denver 7 Sam Pena joins us now live in Larimer County, speaking with one evacuee, finding out their home was one of those lost.
That is devastating news. And Sam, officials just giving us an update saying that the fire still growing tonight despite efforts to contain it.
Yeah, that's right, Jessica. Still some encouraging signs, they said, but they're still mixed with a lot of caution right now. Let's start with the basics. As far as acreage goes, it's currently at 9,375 by their latest estimates, and still only at 5% contained. So it's still growing right now. That's an issue. They did say that they're seeing some success in the Cedar Park area, and they mentioned that they've had a little bit of air support here today that's really helped prevent those embers from leaping Highway 34, which really is their main concern at this time. Other factors they cited today that have been some positives. They said that the Cameron Peak fire burnout has helped them in limiting that fire. They also said they have contingency plans in place in case the fire were to leap over Highway 34. Earlier you mentioned those mandatory evacuations going down to voluntary evacuations. That's here over at this street, Galade, and they say that they have 2,088 people who have been moved to that voluntary evacuation status. Now, a few more structures have burned overnight. They say it went from 24 to more than 30 now. That's the latest update there. And they also said they were able to get damage assessment crews in there right now to be able to do more work. They said they're shortly going to be notifying some of these homeowners who may not know whether or not they've lost their home yet. We did, however, speak to one homeowner, Walter Shields. He knows that his home is lost, and the reason for that is because he had cameras set up around his home, and he said he felt helpless as he was able to just sit by and watch his dream house go up in flames.
It was kind of sickening. It really was.
Oh, it's kind of sickening. It really is. It really is. It's difficult to see all this happening right now. And, like he was saying, it's only 5% contained right now. Not going at the rate that I think that they would like. Leaving a lot of area in danger at this moment. Depending on conditions, it could become way bigger really quickly. We've seen too many times already this fire season. We talk about a tiny little fire, a few hundred acres. In 24 hours, we're talking about a 50,000 acres. Then 24 hours later, it's 300,000. We've done that like 3 times already, in that specific order. Okay, let's go. The retardant looks like a mist. Yeah, I think that is what it is. Specifically. It's a fancy fire mist. Fire stopping mist. Okay, let's go look at this. This we already looked at, but I figured we would take a look at again. This was completely off of my radar and happened out of the blue. But Vermont was hit by heavy rains, and as a result, homes, roads, and cars were all struck by flooding and the resulting debris that comes along with it. You want to switch? Oh, now you want. Oh, now you want. Oh, okay. Yeah. You can see this whole house is just looks like it was uprooted along with the trees next to it. We have seen some utterly insane floods in the north. I think this might be the second very, very devastating flood that we've seen in Vermont specifically this year. Okay, let's look at this. While we're talking about nature fighting back, figured we'd look at this. This is, this is the title of this next video we're about to watch. Incredible moment. Deer defends rabbit from swooping hawk. Damn, thing is moving fast. Oh god, that rabbit's gone. Yeah, that rabbit instantly gone. But then I do feel oh god, I think you got him. Oh god. Oh, nature is oh, come on. This is, oh god. It's definitely done. Oh my god. Bambi and Thumper fell out. It wouldn't seem like it. That rabbit's Thumper. This hawk got between the wrong Disney duo. Not gonna lie. That deer right there just completely upended the circle of life just now. A completely unexpected herbivore gets involved, and just I would say that deer murdered that murdered that hawk. That was a hawk murder. It's not a deer though. What? It's not a deer? What was it? What the fuck just happened? We just watched a deer maybe take it a little bit far in defending a rabbit. That was dark. It kind of was dark. I wasn't expecting the video to be dark when I first clicked it. I was like, this is amazing. And then I had a, I was like, oh my God. But still. Just felt like something to watch while we were talking about the environment. You know, sometimes nature strikes back in unexpected ways. That's a fact. We have video evidence. Okay, alright, what are we doing? Let's move on. To this, where nature did some other weird shit. We looked at this earlier the week, but here's a potential explanation of what we saw. This is from WCVB, Channel 5, Boston. Why did dragonflies swarm New England beach? Pollinator expert explains.
It's science.
And if you recall, like literally like millions of dragonflies stormed a beach in Normandy. No, I mean Boston. And yeah, it was disturbing. Not only for the people there, but even for, I think, me and perhaps some of the other watchers. Now, this person has an explanation for all this. Hold on. Why don't you want to go to the next video? This is very rude. There we go. Yeah, it was absolutely a deer. You really didn't believe it was a deer? We can go back.
The entire event lasted less than...
Another deer comes into the frame. If you're doubting this, we can go back. Hold on. No, we'll watch the very end of the last video, where there's two deer just walking around nonchalantly. Where is it? It's like right here. Where is it? This is a longer video than I remember. See, it was a deer. All right. Now on to dragonflies, please. This is personal. I think this deer must have known the hawk from somewhere. It felt
The
very,
entire event
very
lasted
personal.
less than 10 minutes, but people who were there tell me it felt like it lasted for an eternity.
They were everywhere. It was just a swarm.
At first there was, there were a lot of dragonflies, and then there was millions.
Dragonflies taking over Misquamicut Beach in Rhode Island. The bugs were met with mixed reaction by beachgoers, some in awe over the experience.
We just kind of sat there and we just watched it. It was pretty incredible.
Others terrified by the thousands, maybe even millions of bugs.
They just felt like they appeared from the water. We didn't know where they were coming from or where they were going, but I was ready to leave.
Pollinator specialist Nicole Bell says these were likely the common green darner species of dragonfly. She says they're starting their great migration south for the winter.
Every year between late July and mid-October, they migrate from over here all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico or southeastern states.
Which means more of these swarms could be seen in the Northeast. But she says it's very unlikely the event will happen again at the same beach.
Oh.
Are you serious? But even if it did, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing.
They're really not after humans at all. And they actually eat some insects that we find very disruptive, including mosquitoes. So it's really best to just let them be. They cannot sting.
Held to the no. I feel like that's what her face says a little bit right now. If I encountered that deer, I mean, I wouldn't know that the deer had committed hawk murder, right? So I would just assume it's a normal deer and probably just leave it alone. Okay, yeah, apparently it's a dragonfly migration. I had no idea that dragonflies even migrated to begin with, so I found that to be an interesting tidbit. But yeah, apparently it's not a bad thing, and they can't bite, so that's good. Perhaps give some people a little bit of solace. Now, this next video may not give you solace, unfortunately, as something happened in a place, somewhat unexpectedly, seemingly. But a sinkhole popped up in a place called Rochester, New York.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to begin with developing news over in East Rochester. Madison Street there is closed for a water main break in the middle of the road. Take a look at this footage within the last half hour. You see a major sinkhole that has just developed there. Monroe County Water Authority crews are on scene, along with an East Rochester contractor for sewer.
That thing looks huge. It goes the whole width of the road. Minus like what? Like a foot? A tiny bit of space there? This is the whole fucking road. I don't know, you can't tell how deep it is because they don't get the camera close enough to look in. I assume because they probably wouldn't let you walk close enough to it to do that, but it appears to be at least like 5 or 6 feet, maybe deeper.
Authority crews are on scene, along with an East Rochester contractor for sewer repair. This is right between East Avenue and East Filbert Street. Right now, we're hearing from officials there is no estimated time that the road will be reopened.
You would not be standing there. Totally fair. Doesn't seem like a safe place to be standing. Who knows exactly how big that hole is, how deep it goes. Okay, let's stay in New York. Let's go to here, CBS New York, from a day ago. Subway riders complain about broken air conditioning.
Subway riders who rely on the one train say they've encountered far too many train cars without air conditioning, and during these exceptionally hot days like today, it's unbearable. Our Zania Maldonado went to check out the trains and asked the MTA about the issue.
A steamy Thursday afternoon left many subway riders drenched in sweat and trying to stay cool while waiting on the platform here inside the Columbus Circle subway station.
And I said, when we came in, it would be better. And no, it was terrible.
Riders looking to escape the heat for a few minutes in for an unpleasant surprise, stepping into a subway car with no air conditioning.
It's hot outside and coming into a hot train, it's like almost feels very suffocating.
I was hoping it would be a little cooler because I came here and
was expecting a little bit of a break from the heat. Now, it is extremely hot in here. We're currently traveling on a southbound 1 train, and as you can see, according to this thermometer, it is more than 90 degrees inside this subway car. We reached out to the MTA expressing concern from 1 train riders who say they constantly deal with no AC during their commute.
Every day I use 1 train, and there is no air condition.
The MTA says older rail car classes, such as the 1 line, were 3 times more likely to undergo a hot car incident over the past 3 years. Adding that running subway cars with functioning air conditioning is an operational goal for the MTA, meeting it 99% of the time. The MTA
Well, they're always doing it. They are doing super great 99% of the time, so hey, as long as the MTA says it, it's probably true.
I don't want reality.
Oh my god, the water filter kicked on. I don't know what that means. It does sound serious though. So yeah, very hot. Okay, let's go south to Mexico. Women water harvesters help make up for drought and dicey public water system in Mexico City.
Pues aquí sí es escasa el agua.
Wait, and yeah. Almost got there first. Go back. I gotta turn the volume down. There we go.
Sí se nos afecta no tener el agua.
Mexico City.
Pues aquí sí es escasa el agua.
Water is scarce
Sí se
here.
nos afecta no tener
It does
el agua.
affect us not having water.
El agua sale
The
muy
city water is very dirty.
Haz de cuenta chocolate.
The water looks brown.
Y
And it
cae
only comes
como
once a
cada
week. And really dirty.
Y está
The
mejor
rainwater is
la de
better
lluvia
than the city water.
que la de la red. El agua es dulce.
The rainwater is fresh water. It's really
Quedas
clean.
muy limpia. Está para la
Leaves you
ropa,
very clean, even for
los
your clothes,
trastes,
the dishes, to clean the
patio,
patio, to
para limpiarlo para las
water the
plantillas.
plants.
Yo fui seleccionada
I was
para
selected for the
cosecha de
Mexico
lluvia,
City
que me lo
government
otorgó el gobierno de
water
la Ciudad de
harvesting
México.
program.
El
The
sistema
rain
tuvo una
harvesting
como
system
caducidad
maintenance
para
had
ya no
an
darle
expiration
mantenimiento. Entonces yo contacté
So
a
I
ellas
contacted
para que me dieran
to do the
mantenimiento.
maintenance.
Ahorita con este programa de
With
la
this
Ciudad de
program
México,
of the
donde ya se
Mexico City
instalaron
government, in which many
muchísimos
rain
sistemas
harvesting
desde el
systems have been
2019,
installed
hay
since
muchos
2019,
sistemas que a los
there are
que
many
la Ciudad de
systems in which
México
the
no les
city
dio
did not follow
seguimiento,
up
por
on.
lo tanto son
Therefore, they
sistemas
are
que se
systems
puede
that
decir que
can be
están
considered
abandonados y
abandoned
que
and
requieren
that
un
need
mantenimiento.
maintenance.
Nosotras nos ponemos los
We put on our
cinturones,
belts, we grab the
agarramos el
drill, we
taladro,
grab the
agarramos
angle
el esmeril y
grinder,
nos ponemos ahí a
and we
taladrar.
begin to
Y es
drill.
algo que, pues ahora sí,
It's work that
históricamente
historically
era un
only
trabajo,
men
¿no?
did.
de hombres. Creo que es bonito romper
It's
este
nice
tipo
breaking
de
this
estereotipos
stereotype
y crear algo nuevo,
and
algo
building
que sirva
something
para
new,
la
something that
comunidad,
helps
como
the
es
community
un
like
sistema
a
de
rain
captación de agua de
harvesting
lluvia.
system.
Creo que es muy satisfactorio.
It's very satisfying.
Una de las cosas que
One of our
queremos
goals
lograr,
is to
pues,
not
es
only install rain
no solo
harvesting
ir a
systems,
instalar un sistema y ya que tengan su agua de lluvia, sino también
but to inform
concientizar a
people
la
of the
gente de la
importance of taking
importancia del
care
cuidado
of
del
our
agua.
water.
Tenemos siempre esta paradoja de exceso
You also have this paradox of an excess and a lack of
y
water.
escasez. Por un lado, cuando llueve,
On one hand, when it rains a
cántaros,
lot.
y por el otro,
And on the other
cuando
hand,
no llueve,
when it
tenemos
doesn't
periodos
rain, we
muy
have
largos de
long
sequía. Y
droughts.
esa paradoja en realidad
In
es una
reality, this
paradoja que se
paradox
podría
can be
resolver, porque si tú
fixed,
piensas que llueve
because
en
if it is
exceso
raining excessively
y
and
nos
there is a
falta agua,
lack of
pues
water,
tendríamos que aprender a
we
usar
should
el
learn
agua
to
que llueve.
use the
O sea, hay
rainwater.
también un tema de cultura del agua.
It's also an issue of water culture. We need to learn that we can drink rainwater. In fact, this is the water that we drink. The water from the Cutzamala system is rainwater. If we all had a rain harvesting system for 6 months, we would use little water from the Cutzamala system or the groundwater. And during droughts, we could use the water from the harvesting systems. Brilliant.
It's science.
The city water is too dirty to water the plants. Is it? I don't know. I don't know about that, Brandy. Though we have heard some pretty horrendous things about Mexico City's water. And just the scarcity of it. It may not very well, it might not be the dirtiness of it, just the lack of it, right? Not because she was saying they only get water once a week, and when it does come, it's dirty. But that's only once a week. You can't water plants only once a week. At least most plants. Especially not ones that you're gonna potentially eat. Those ones usually are pretty frequent water needers. All right, let's talk about this. Wow, we have so many environmental, we have so many non-US stuff. It's all environmental and global stuff today. All right, let's go further south to the Andes, where apparently the Andes Glacier has now retreated so far that it exposed an 11,000-year-old, untouched and unseen piece of bedrock.
A recent glacier retreat across the Andes has exposed bedrock untouched by the atmosphere for some 11,000 years, shocking scientists who call it an unprecedented moment in the history of human civilization. The findings were revealed in a new study published in the journal Science on Thursday based on data from 4 weather-sensitive Andes glaciers that are more susceptible to the changing weather since they are consistently at or near freezing point. Andrew Gorin, the lead author of the study, told Reuters he initially thought the results were a fluke.
We thought that this result was decades away. I would bet my whole life savings that, in fact, these glaciers are now smaller than they've been since the last interglacial. It just goes to show that this is happening faster than I think.
Since the last interglacial. That's real bad. I believe that's the fancy way of saying ice age. Yeah. That's just the fancy way of saying ice age.
Even those of us that think about this the most believed.
Gorin and his team of scientists carbon dated recently exposed bedrock from retreated glaciers only to find nearly 0 levels of beryllium-10 and carbon-14. That was when the scientists came to the conclusion that the rocks had not been exposed during the Holocene era, which dates back
11,700 years. It's a long time. That's a real long time. That's bad.
So hot right now.
Gotta do something about that. Here's something tied in with all this. Let's go to Spain. Where in Barcelona they broke their maximum temperature record just a couple days ago. Barcelona breaks its maximum temperature record with 104-degree Fahrenheit heat, according to Catalonia's regional weather agency Meteocat. I still think that's a great name. Spending all this time in the heat is unbearable. You know, I drink water. You don't feel like eating. You just feel like drinking water. You're like this all day long. This heat, it hits you hard, you know. You can't stand it. Okay. Have you considered Brita filters for all of your aquarium needs? Interesting. Interesting ideas. So yeah. Spain, incredibly hot right now.
So hot right now.
Now let's look at something that actually takes advantage of the sun's heat. Here's CBC News from 5 hours ago. We took a ride in an award-winning solar-powered car. Show us this is in Canada.
This car is fully powered by the sun. Let's check it out and see why it's won multiple awards. Right now we're going at 20 kilometers an hour, but this car can actually go at 110 on a good sunny day, and it can go as far as 900 kilometers.
We have a battery, and the battery can last a day. It's giving power to the motors, or to the screens, or everything in the car. But it's always charging with the sun when the car is powered on. This car is much more efficient. It's 10 times much more efficient than a Tesla car. So that's how we won, because our battery is very small, and the car is much more aerodynamic. The battery is quite innovative because we were the only team with a split battery pack. It was a lot of work on the team, and its benefits are for the mechanical side, it's for the center of gravity. It's much simpler to drive a car with this center of gravity here, more on...
Okay. Yeah, fun. These kids won a bunch of awards for their solar car. Now, obviously, it doesn't actually run on heat from the sun. It's technically the ultraviolet bands specific, whatever. You got it. 540 mile range. Yep. Supposedly, it's better than a Tesla on range, which is pretty impressive. He looks hotter than a car with AC. He does look hotter than a car with AC. I know what you mean. Look, if I can skip going to the gas station ever, and also not have to be like worrying about charging ports, just drive whenever it's sunny. It seems pretty good. It's pretty, I don't know. Depends on where you live, though. Some places that would suck. Okay. Can't drive at night. Well, it has a battery, so it charges while it's driving, and whenever it's in the sun, you would think. So, no, I think you can drive it at night. But it would need to be charging at some point. And if you lived in a place that was notoriously cloudy or something like that, you know. You would still need to find a way to charge it. That's all I'm saying. Okay, let's go on to this. It's been very hot, not just in the United States, but also in Europe. Let's talk about that a little bit. We just kind of went back and forth from Spain to Canada. I know that happened. I don't know how it happened. I had this video back further. I blame myself. Let's go to Rome, where a unexpected wildfire, I guess they're always unexpected, but a wildfire in Rome surprised residents, sparking evacuations a day ago.
È molto grosso, veramente.
It's very big. It started at lunchtime and developed through the afternoon.
Si è sviluppato per tutto il resto del pomeriggio.
Ma io sono ritornata verso le 3 dall'ufficio e
and there were plumes of black smoke rising
bucava lì
from
dietro
Casale Strozzi Street, and then the flames were very high.
e poi le fiamme.
It's a very, very bad thing.
Una brutta cosa.
So yeah, this fire is very close to the rest of the city. As you can see, this is just being taken from a street. There's like literally a street lamp right in front of you. And it would seem fires all around. I have not seen an update on this fire, but perhaps we'll look at that later this weekend. Let's go to this story about a different goat-related situation in Greece. This is from Reuters from 7 hours ago. After floods last year, Greek farmers are now facing goat plague. I've never heard of goat plague. Perhaps you have, but this is news to me.
After being hit by disastrous floods last year, Greek farmers are facing a new crisis: goat plague. The virus was first detected in Greece in July. It doesn't infect humans, but is highly contagious among goats and sheep and can kill up to 70% of those infected. Once a case is detected, the entire flock is culled. Thousands of animals have been culled and hundreds of thousands tested. The spread is forcing farmers to implement strict measures to protect their livestock and, in turn, their livelihood. This is the Stalos dairy farm. It sits in Greece's Thessaly Plain. The region accounts for 25% of Greece's agricultural produce and 5% of its GDP. It was devastated by floods in September 2023, affecting some 30,000 farmers. Stalos farm owner Ioanna Kara says around 750 of their 800 animals drowned in the floods. She says they cannot financially bear the slightest damage this year.
Now with the outbreak of the plague, we have been much stricter with security measures in the unit. First of all, the whole unit is fenced. No vehicle comes inside. And the vehicles that come by necessity, for example, the vehicle that picks up the milk and the vehicles for feed are sprayed before entering.
Kara says the plague was a, quote, crisis before the crisis.
So yeah, fucking goat plague? Come on. We got bird flu right now, we got goat plague. Too much shit happening. Okay, actually, I'll be right back. I gotta pee super bad. Okay. I am back. I'm back. All right, let's go to China. This is from 11 hours ago. China has been continuing to be hit by floods as Typhoon Gaimi sweeps over the area, made landfall days ago, but is still causing problems. We've seen a lot of footage from that. This is global news from 11 hours ago, where apparently recent flooding has left dozens dead and more missing in Hunan province.
Heavy rains and flooding has caused at least 30 deaths in the Chinese province of Hunan. The tail end of Typhoon Gaimi has damaged close to 1,000 homes and forced the evacuation of more than 11,000 people. Firefighters and soldiers continue to search for 35 people who are still missing. Dense forests and road collapses have hindered rescue efforts in the mountainous terrain.
China's meteorological department warned that northern and northeastern China are in a critical flood prevention period from late July to early August. Before Typhoon Gaimi hit on July 25th, China was roiled by months of extreme weather. Weather that pummeled southern provinces with record rain and parched northern regions with heat waves. So much destruction from flooding that we have seen in recent months, and I am afraid we are going to see more and more of it. We are not done with it this year. And we're not even done with it for this stream. Let's look at this footage from India. This was from earlier this week as well, in Kerala. This is drone footage showing the aftermath of the deadly landslide, which has killed at least 200 people in the region. You can see there was a road over here. All gone. There's no sound. Yeah, no. It's just soundless drone footage. Just go straight to this next one. This is survivor recounting of the horrors of deadly landslides in India. This is from 15 hours ago. We don't know where we go now. Those who've been with us since our childhood days are no longer here. The school we studied at is not there. I don't know where we should reach out to. We were in a deep sleep. Around 1 o'clock, the house and everything started shaking. I didn't know what to do. My kids started embracing each other and crying. During the first blast, like sound... Sorry, that was a weird I've never seen that. During the first blast-like sound, we were inside our home. When the second blast-like sound occurred, they grabbed the kids and went outside. There were a lot of elderly people and children present at the time of the landslide. A lot of houses are gone now. They have no place to lie down. The children are very scared, and the schools are now gone. Oh my god. Too many stories like this. Too many. Let's keep talking about flooding. Pretty much that's all we're going to be talking about here for the rest of the environmental portion of this stream, which is coming close to an end. We're just going to go slightly north to Pakistan, which was recently hit by record rainfalls, flooding the streets and just causing mayhem. God. That water is taller than that kid. We've opened the shop here with great difficulty. After that, all the goods inside were wet, all the water had gone inside the shops. And it had been almost 5 to 6 hours since the rain has stopped, but the water has not reduced even an inch here. From morning to evening, and we are seeing so much damage to our property inside. Everything became wet. So far, no one from the government side has yet come to help us. No rescue workers are here. The flooding is really reaching pretty alarming levels right now. The amount of flooding that we've been seeing is just getting very concerning. Now, let's go to this. This is a different flood. So I guess this is like on the border of Pakistan and India. In the Himalayas, where dozens are now missing after floods hit that part of the region as well. Rescuers search for dozens of missing people after torrential rain in India's Wobegon. Please hold. India's Himachal Pradesh. Pretty sure I butchered that. The flooding caused by cloud bursts left more than 1,000 stranded in parts of the Himalayas. About 49 people are missing, but more are being reported. Thankfully, there were no more cloudbursts since last night. It has cleared up a bit today. Never heard of a cloudburst before. Sounds terrible, especially when you're in the mountains. Okay, this is the last area that flooded over the last week that I figured we would talk about again. This was footage we're about to watch of Kim Jong-un, the leader of North Korea, which was inundated by flooding this week. Here's some photographs of him looking very serious. No music once again. Just Kim Jong-un looking contemplative, I guess. I feel like I'm being very generous. Here he is waving to people for some reason. Shaking hands. These guys are all lined up. He's going to shake everybody's hand? How long is that going to take? Seems like a sort of a waste of time. Okay, let's go to this. This is more recent. This is from very recently, 18 hours ago. Apparently, South Korea has now offered aid to North Korea in a somewhat historic move.
South Korea has said that it is ready to provide North Korea with relief supplies for damage caused by recent heavy rainfall. This marks a rare outreach under the administration of President Yoon Suk-yeol to its neighbor. Now, South Korea's Red Cross said that the authorities in South were ready to discuss the relief supplies needed, the scale of aid, and how to transfer it, and looked forward to a swift response from Pyongyang. The Red Cross has taken the lead in carrying out projects between the rival Koreas in the past, including reunions of separated families and supply of aid.
We express our willingness to promptly provide urgently needed supplies to the North Korean flood victims from a humanitarian and compatriotic perspective, considering the humanitarian difficulties faced by the North Korean people.
Seoul said that North Korea may have sustained heavy casualties from recent downpours, with media reports claiming up to 1,500 people that could have died. Heavy rains have hit North.
Damn, did you see that? It's like Brazil all over again.
Reports claiming up to 1,500 people that could have died. Heavy rains have hit North Korea, its northwestern areas in recent days, flooding more than 4,000 homes in the regions of Senuiju and Uiju. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un personally inspected the flooded areas and expressed grave concerns over the damage. The region has been affected by heavy rainfall from tropical storm Gami in recent days. The offer comes as relations between the two Koreas have been particularly strained amid a hardline stance towards the north by Yoon's government.
Now, North Korea has not yet formally accepted the aid, so we will see whether or not South Korea does actually help North Korea. They did offer, although perhaps they expected North Korea not to accept. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Let's go to this. It's breaking news. This one. That's right, breaking news. Did you know that while they may look like snakes, legless lizards have eyelids and can blink and unlike snakes?
Mr. President, there have been some unusual rumors circulating lately. How do you respond to these recent allegations?
These accusations are completely unfounded and frankly absurd.
To be clear, sir, you're denying the claims that you are in fact a lizard person and the existence of a shadowy lizard oligarchy.
I can assure you.
He blinked! He's one of them! Mr. President! Are there more like Mr. President?
An agreement between Canada and the United States is reigniting
hold your horses, ma'am. Okay, I just figured we would giggle. That's right, he blinked. He's a lizard, not a snake. All right. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the stream so far. If you're not already, make sure that you're subscribed to the channel. Still need to get to 500. Been working on it for months and months. Still stuck at 221 right now. You could be part of the solution. Alright, if you've already subscribed to the channel, make sure that you also liked the stream. Hella important to get this out to other people. Now, if you've done both of those things and you're still finding yourself wondering how else you could help support this stream, well, you got multiple options. You could help by donating bits or gifting memberships, subscribing yourself on Twitch. Can't do that on YouTube because we're still stuck in YouTube jail. You're not a fan of Twitch? Well, guess what? You can also become a Galactic patron and help produce this here show for just a few dollars a month. Alright, chat, enjoy this Galactic intermission. I'll be right back. is the whale splashing new? It's relatively new, within the last week or so. I think maybe last weekend I might have put it on. Maybe before that, actually. But relatively new. Okay. Got some global news here for us to get into. But we're gonna start, as usual, in space. So with this, CBC News from 2 hours ago, Canada strikes deal to use US space tech.
An agreement between Canada and the United States is reigniting the possibility of a spaceport in Nova Scotia. Officials announced the two countries have struck a deal allowing the use of U.S. space technology in Canada. That also includes use of expertise and data from the United States. An independent review is still needed to move forward, but the government is confident approval could happen quickly.
The market is definitely there. We have investors, we have launch clients, and we have satellite clients, all three that are very key and keen to move up here and be a part of what we're working on. They've needed to know that their investments wouldn't go into a black hole. They needed this TSA in place that said, yes, we're good to go, and their investments are sound. Moving their rockets up here, moving their technology up here to launch from Canada is in their interest.
That's CEO of Maritime Launch Services. It's a startup that has been trying to build a spaceport for several years. They were counting on using Ukrainian rockets to launch satellites, but it had to be abandoned, that plan, with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The company says they will go ahead with a new model and launch pad. For more, I want to bring in Max King. He is an aerospace engineer and science communicator, as well as an outreach partner for Dunlap Institute for Astronomy and Astrophysics, and he joins us from Montreal today. It's good to speak with you tonight.
Good to speak with you as well, Sarah. Thanks for having me on.
So, talk to me about today's announcement. Exciting for you?
Yes, this is exciting. Just as a Canadian aerospace engineer, any furtherment of our industry, any exciting development like this is a technology safeguards agreement, and I agree with what you said. This is an agreement for transferring U.S. space technology, data, and expertise, and that last one is the most exciting one. This allows Canadian.
So yeah, the United States and Canada are gonna be partnering up from now on in space. At least as it comes to sharing technology. Alright, now one more little tidbit of space news that we have been talking about ad nauseum, although perhaps not as ad nauseum for us as for these people here, but for at least 2 months. Or nearly 2 months. This is from Wobegon from a day ago. Stuck in space for 52 days. No way home for astronauts. Helium leaks delaying return. Oh, Boeing.
All right, imagine you've been given the dream opportunity of going on a space expedition for a few months, but when it's time for you to come back, you're told that you're stuck there indefinitely.
And of course, that too without a date set for your return.
Now, it was never meant, I don't know, just to clarify, because I don't think either I don't know, the way that was written is wrong. They were only supposed to be there for a few days. I think maybe 10 days was the original. It might have even been less. But they were just supposed to be there for days. They've now been there for months.
A complete nightmare. But for astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunita Williams, it is a reality that they are living through. These test pilots were supposed to be on the orbiting lab only for a week, and the return was set for mid-June. But due to reasons including thruster failures and helium leaks on Boeing's new Starliner capsule, they've been in space for much longer. NASA's Commercial Crew Program Manager, Steve Stitch, said on July 25th that missions managers are not ready to announce a return date.
Lots of cheering.
They were so excited. They were so excited going into all of this. And now I feel like that excitement is...
We don't have a major announcement today relative to a return date. We're making great progress, but we're just not quite ready to do that. The team is doing great. The joint Boeing and NASA team is doing well. They're working side by side with each other every day. We're methodically working through the data, and we'll come home when we're ready.
Come home when we're ready. You're home. You're on Earth. The way that you're saying that is hilarious. These two are the one who are trapped in space right now. Claustrophobia. If you are claustrophobic, there's no way you should be going up to the ISS. Just no way. Okay. Let's see. Oh, okay, this was a piece of news from this week, but this is an update to that piece of news. This is from BBC News from 17 hours ago. Calls for Venezuelan government to release presidential vote data.
More than 1,000 people have been arrested in Venezuela, according to the government, after anti-government protests broke out after Sunday's presidential election. President Maduro claimed victory for a third term, but the opposition have accused him of electoral fraud, and many governments around the world have refused to recognize the result unless he provides proof. From Caracas, here's our South America correspondent, Aini Wells.
These people desperately want answers. Where are their families? What is happening to them? Are they in here? This woman spots a relative inside. All of them have relatives who were arrested in anti-government protests. The son of Isabella, who didn't want us to use her real name, was one of them.
The National Guard grabbed my son unjustly because he was not harming anyone. My son did not have stones, did not have weapons, he only protested. They beat him. They accused him of being a terrorist for defending their country, for wanting a change.
Through tears, she told...
Okay, actually, this one isn't that long. Let me just watch this whole thing.
She just wanted a better future for their children and the country.
I haven't been able to see him or pass him food. I can't even hand him his clothes. I don't know if he has been beaten. I don't know if he has bathed, if he has eaten. There is so much misery, many people eating in the streets, many people dying in hospital. My daughter and son left university.
Wait, she just... I mean... Hold on. I was trying to read and also listen at the same time.
If he has eaten, there is so much misery, many people eating in the streets, many people dying in hospital. My daughter and son left university because there are no teachers. I had a granddaughter who died on 6 December last year because there was no oxygen in the hospitals, no medical supplies.
Now, with BBC, if I recall correctly, they do not get into why many of those things are the case. And the reason for much of what she is talking about here, the lack of medical supplies and doctors and other things, has a lot to do with the sanctions put on it by the United States government.
In the hospitals.
Lawyers say people inside aren't allowed private lawyers in a country where the judiciary and public lawyers are controlled by the government.
These public defenders are actually part of the state, so it's the whole state. I mean, the tribunals, the prosecutor, the public defender, so it's totally an imbalance in justice. So it's like the one who accuses you is the one who defends you.
Thousands.
But here's the problem with all of this, right? The sanctions themselves have pitted the people of Venezuela against their government, essentially, more and more, because of these sort of blatant problems, like these lack of basic supplies and stuff. You know, Cuba has been going through this even longer than Venezuela has. Technically, but you know, it's the same idea. You know, you put these kinds of sanctions on a country, especially countries as small as this. With Russia, it's a bit different, as their government can generally sustain even with all of that. But like, you're not saying that even those are good, but because those also have issues, and they kind of pick and choose with all of that. But in the case of Venezuela here, right, people have actual fair complaints, technically, and many of those complaints, though, happen to be attributable to the United States rather than their own government and to the sanctions that have been imposed on the country. Now, the thing is that they haven't released the most recent voting data. There's been some very wild claims made by the opposition party, and without the data, there's no way to either substantiate or otherwise refute those claims, which leaves Venezuela in something of a, what do you call it? Like a limbo of some kind, right? So we're gonna continue to monitor that situation. There's nothing has actually been made clear yet. Unfortunately, there was claims that the Maduro government made that there was hacking that happened on the weekend of the vote count. But at this point, we were waiting to see any evidence of either that or the actual vote tallies. I'm pretty sure they're still being kept. Wherever, you know, government offices they're being kept in. Let's go to this now. I'm gonna go across the pond. Quickly talk about this situation, we talked about earlier this week as well. But there's I think some good commentary here that we should listen to. If you're not aware, or you missed the previous show where we talked about this, the in the UK, I think it was in London, in some, or maybe some suburb of London, there was a stabbing that killed 3 young girls, which led to a mass riot, multiple nights, if I'm not mistaken, of rioting around all of this. And on at least one occasion, this rioting happened outside of a mosque, and the mosque itself was attacked due to the fact that on social media is going around that this attack had been done by somebody of a Muslim faith. It was essentially put out there mostly by or entirely, seemingly, by right-wing, sort of alt-right psychos, such as, what's his name? Tommy Robinson. I think Andrew Tate got involved, and some of the other sorts of, I think maybe even some Americans got involved too. Southport, thank you. Southport outside of Liverpool. Oh, right, not London, Liverpool. Thank you. Got my English geography mixed up there. That's my bad. All right, let's go to this. Navarra Media from 7 hours ago. Talk TV host defends far-right rioters.
When Keir Starmer spoke to the nation on Thursday about far-right protesters, he was right to use that term, far-right protesters. In Southport and Hartlepool, we saw thugs intimidate worshippers at mosques purely because they are Muslim. In London, we've seen protesters mobilised by far-right leaders like Tommy Robinson, who's recently had to flee the country to escape prosecution for contempt of court. But Britain's right-wing media are furious that Starmer dared to use such a term. This was Mike Graham and Isabel Oakeshott speaking on the Murdoch-owned Talk TV.
Just want to get your view on Keir Starmer's little speech yesterday. I couldn't believe that he had the opportunity to speak to the nation and kind of make out that he understood what the problems were in our nation, and many of which you've highlighted over recent days. But he didn't. All he did was he kind of made it very clear that he's kind of tone deaf about what's going on out there.
I couldn't agree with you more. He fell right into the trap, didn't he? I mean, the words that he said in that statement showed an angry nation that he just doesn't get it. The idea that the eruption of fury that has been witnessed across this country in the last few weeks on all sorts of issues is just some kind of far-right outrage is so utterly misconceived that I've been left wondering how he's got to the level of Prime Minister with such weak political antennae.
I mean, with all due respect, he's come to the position of Prime Minister because he just got voted in by the British electorate, right? Not by an overwhelming proportion of that electorate, but by a big proportion of that electorate, and a much bigger proportion of the electorate than the Brexit Party, which is sort of the director of it. I suppose it's not led anymore, is Isabel Oakeshott's partner, right? So if we're talking about what the country really thinks, who has more right to suggest that, Isabel Oakeshott or Keir Starmer? I'd say at the moment it's Keir Starmer. Also, the number of people we're seeing on the streets, the idea that this is really representative, the country is furious. The vast majority of the country are looking at these protests organised by the likes of Tommy Robinson, drunk, coked up, throwing bricks at the cops, and saying, I want nothing to do with these people. The idea that these are representative of sort of a broader sort of majoritarian or large-scale movement in this country, I think is nonsense. Also on Talk TV, host and former Brexit Party MEP Alex Phillips had this exchange with a former police detective.
A friend just messaged me before and he said, does far right simply mean white? So if any protests occur with white people, does it just simply mean that they're all far right? And straight away they're dismissed. Their views are dismissed without any debate.
I'm glad you said that, Mike, but I actually think there's something else in this. I think far right now means working class.
So according to Alex Phillips, these protesters only get called far right because they're working class. So does she think this scene is representative of working class Britain?
Turn in. Oh, fucking hell, I caught that. Fucking hell, as if I caught that. Screen record.
If you're listening to the podcast, that was a man in Hartlepool punching an Asian man simply for walking towards him and a group of other thugs. And we might...
Let's hope that that's not representative of working class people in all of Britain. Weird thing to suggest. Also, the first claim to suggest that all right-wingers represent all white people is somehow seemingly just, you know, I think equally problematic to some degree. I think it suggests that somehow all white people have these views. Which I'm pretty sure is wrong. Yeah, that's definitely a sucker punch. That's right, bad lefty. Completely unnecessary and bigoted. Enough racism and hate. Let's do something fun. Let's talk about the Paris Olympics. I'm going to start here. Let's start with some good things. First, we are going to talk about the whole week. So just be aware of that. Let's go to here. Paris Olympics set record for number of openly LGBTQ plus athletes. Hold on, let me read that again. I was trying to do two things at once. Paris Olympics set record for number of openly LGBTQ plus athletes.
I think that fighting for the inclusion of LGBTQIA+, the community in sport is something that actually brings more and more minorities in sports, which is about equality, which is about the idea that, you know, people should express themselves on the field and that your gender or your identity or who you love should not matter on the field. Even in the Olympics, our bodies or minds are not just what people see they are. They're not just, you know, like people will always focus on HRT or hormone replacement therapy or all that kind of things, but you know, we have lives, we're human beings, we can play soccer, we can do fencing, we can do so much more things than just be what people want to put us in boxes for. Despite the good image and the good symbols that are being pushed through, I do think that there is a lot of work to do on politics, and that's also why it's so important to have strong organizations to fight for these rights.
Let's hope Martha Ann Alito didn't see this. Sure should be very upset. A record number of LGBTQ plus athletes, at least openly LGBTQ plus athletes. Ugh. Ugh, the Vergonia. Let's go here. Actually, I have these in the wrong order. Let's do this. Actually, no. Let's do this first. Let's do this in this order. I was right. I was right to do it this way. Let's watch highlights from the opening ceremony of the Paris Olympics. This is from 6 days ago out of NBC Sports. Now, I just want to pause here because we're going to talk about this in a second, but this is something that will come up later. So remember this. What's also cool about this is that this supposed cauldron of fire here has actually no fire at all. It's just water, mist, and LED lights. Very cool. Okay. Look at us. Look at us having fun. Alright, let's go here. As multiple things about that opening ceremony were criticized by the right-wing idiots, most of the usual suspects who we will look at in a moment. Here, though, is a drag queen who was in the Olympic opening ceremony speaking out about the criticisms that they received.
What touches
me is that the aim of the ceremony was to bring people together, as Thomas Jolly said, and also to make amends. We are currently in a complicated political climate in France. France has been very divided in recent months. This ceremony was there to repair, to bring people together. And I think that that's what it succeeded in doing. I received a lot of messages. I always get a lot, but it's not hundreds, it's thousands every day. We drag queens are used to receiving messages like that. What's complicated is that it comes from all over the world. So there's a lot of reactions. Unfortunately, the vast majority are positive reactions. But there are also some very violent and even medieval reactions. I work on the principle that if Donald Trump reacts to our work, we have done our job well, in a way. I don't share Donald Trump's values, of course, and I'm not surprised that he's reacting. I don't feel we did anything shameful, either in the part I was in or in the rest of the ceremony. I think above all, there was a desire to show France, but in a different way. I think a lot of people expected it to be a succession. Succession of cliched images that we've seen 100 times before, 1,000 times when it comes to France. There were no Parisians with baguettes under their arms. There was no Napoleonic parade. I think Thomas Jolly wanted to show something different. He didn't want to show a postcard from 1930, but a photograph from 2024. Now, I thought that was important context for us to take in as we talk about all of this. Now, the usual idiots decided to throw their hats in the rings on the outrage Olympics over, usual things, the existence and or inclusion of LGBTQ people. Anything that could be perceived as non-Judeo-Christian.
I see that you know your judo well.
Stuff like that. Let's go here. Talked about this one, actually, this week. We have a couple here. One we missed. One we did. This is Andrew Tate, who got his brother out of the creepy mansion they live in together.
Don't be creepy.
And made a couple of signs first. Brought those signs out to the Olympics to protest the supposed parody of The Last Supper. Boycott Olympics, stand up for Christianity. Just reading the signs.
They're not sorry. This was signed off on.
Oh.
And to sit here and let France mock the country, mock your religion, make fun of every single thing you feel holy. This is the Last Supper. This is everything holy about...
He's outraged for Christians, right? Because he's Muslim. But he is incredibly upset for Christian people. How dare the Olympics make fun of the Last Supper? Now I'm just going to point this out. This cross here is completely photoshopped, as you may have noticed. We looked at this photo. We looked at part of this just a second ago. That's where we paused. So that wasn't there. He just, added it for effect so that the Christians get what's happening.
Christianity, and we say absolutely nothing about it and say, oh, you cannot even complain. What are we
Christi-
doing wrong by saying that this is disgusting?
You are Muslim, dude. Why are you holding a sign that says Christianity will not be mocked? What is happening?
This is not art.
He's so upset. And by upset, I mean knows that this is perfect content for him.
They're telling you exactly what's going to happen. They're coming for your kids. They're coming for all your institutions.
Oh, no.
Now they have an This is disgusting. Am I right?
He needs people on the street. Dude's got millions of followers on social media. He needs people on the street to also tell him he's doing a good job. Okay, buddy. Very normal individual Andrew Tate telling us. Very normal. Normal stuff. This very normal outrage about Christianity supposedly being mocked. Although not entirely clear that that's even what was happening. Even though he's not a Christian, he's upset for all of us Christians who supposedly care about this. Okay, let's go to another person who was very upset by the opening ceremony. Strong feelings here. It's from 4 days ago. Donald Trump had some stuff to say.
Illegal.
Have you watched any of the Olympics?
I thought that the opening ceremony was a disgrace, actually. I thought it was a disgrace.
The mocking of the Last Supper.
I thought it was
Catholics and Christians across the globe are outraged.
I mean, they can do certain things. I thought it was terrible.
Can you say at the next Olympics, if you're present, you'll have enough influence on the organizers that we won't be, insulting Christians?
Oh God, we're insulting all the Christians. They're insulted.
As portrayed the way they portrayed it the other night. I just think, look, I'm for everybody. I'm very open-minded.
He's for everybody bullshit. That is that's amazing. That's an amazing lie.
You know me better than most people know me. I'm very open-minded, but I thought what they did was a disgrace.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to...
Sean Hannity, he wants us to subscribe to Fox News. Don't forget. A lot of very important stuff to tell you people about our outrage. Racism, yes, correct. That's the main source of the content over at Fox News. Yeah, let's look at a particular instance of racism combined with transphobia. Let's look into the Transvestigation Olympics happening at the Olympics. Wow, it's like a convergence of the two. Italy and UK politicians react to Amani Khalif and Olympics boxing controversy.
I see that you know your judo well.
Io penso che atleti che hanno
athletes with male genetic characteristics should not be allowed to compete in women's competitions. Oh, Georgia Maloney's got some great stuff.
Ma per tutelare
really, Georgia. You should not be allowed to compete in women's competitions. And not because one wants to discriminate against anyone, but to protect the right of female athletes to be able to compete on equal terms. She is a woman. She on her birth certificate it says female. She has competed as a woman in women's sports her entire career. and just happens to have a slightly higher testosterone level. But clearly she's just going off of the QAnon board or whatever, the 8chan board that she's a member of, and they're saying that she's got male characteristics.
Ero d'accordo con la scelta nel 2021, non sono d'accordo con la scelta oggi.
I disagree with the choice today.
A noi dispiace molto che
We're
ci
very
sia stato
sorry
il
that
ritiro
there
da
has been a
parte
withdrawal
dell'atleta italiana Carini
by the Italian athlete Carini, but I think they have gone far beyond in the attacks, and even in the fake news that have been produced around this Algerian athlete.
sul conto di questa atleta algerina.
This is an issue that should be addressed more by science and Olympic regulations and less by
I regolamenti olimpici e di meno la politica, soprattutto se la politica se ne occupa,
especially if politics deals with it, as we have seen in recent hours, in an absolutely demagogic, populist, rhetorical, and speculative way.
It was a very uncomfortable watch. It was an incredibly short watch, but incredibly uncomfortable to see.
Yeah, I think that guy was on the right path there with that analysis. The rhetoric around this has been utterly just irresponsible, all the great adjectives he got in there. Okay, let's go on to this. A channel perhaps familiar to many in this chat. Here's the Majority Report with Sam Cedar from earlier today. GOP creeps freak out over absurd Olympic boxing controversy.
The Olympics are making headlines because, oh my God, the right wing is insane. And there was a boxer, or is a boxer, she advanced, who, her name is, I'm sorry. Amani Khalif. She is from Algeria, and she defeated this Italian boxer, Angela Carini, who had a viral reaction where she cried a lot and FaceTimed her father, but she actually ended up apologizing just like an hour or so ago. So kudos to her, because I think she didn't probably realize the firestorm that this would set off.
It's unclear to me about that, because
I'm trying to give her the benefit of the doubt because she did apologize.
Fair enough. She has a history of, it looks like, taking dives. In 2022, she also fell in front of an opponent, which seemed... And also, I will just say, the dad who she got on FaceTime and said, I wanted to win this, but the person unfairly was put against me. Her dad is a police officer.
In Italy?
Yeah, in Italy. So just a little background. But yeah, the right wing absolutely caught on to it. In part, I think, if you had the exact same, say, chromosomal issue, because just to let people know on the info, born a woman, female genitalia, XY chromosomes.
Which happens.
And I wonder, which they would know if they weren't so, what is a woman? You don't know what a woman is. Well, maybe you should do a little bit of research into some of these, say, middle cases.
I think that technically that last piece about the chromosomes things is inaccurate slightly. I think it's just the fact that she has higher testosterone. I'm not sure it's been made definite, or I at least haven't seen a clearly substantive evidence of that. It does sound like she does have higher T levels than your average woman.
And yeah, so again, female genitalia, always just a woman, but XY chromosomes. And it's the idea that people you know, you're looking at a doctor. What are the mammograms?
Right.
Or no, not mammograms.
No, mammograms for your breasts.
What's
but
the one for
ultrasound?
Ultrasound, saying like we're going to do a gender reveal. Well, maybe we'll wait till the testosterone test. Or something
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
ridiculous. I mean, they are always like railing about how if you have a penis, you can't be a woman. Well, okay, this person has a vagina.
Doesn't have a penis.
Doesn't have a penis. Has a vagina. Has a uterus. But has a.
It's the sliding scale of transvestigation, right? It's just pick a target and get, you know, and just find the place. And if that doesn't work out, just, you know, slide that to a different spot and say, oh, this also makes you not a woman. Particularly in this context.
Bit different hormonally and chromosomally, a little bit different than other cis women.
Which even that, I have to say, our source for that is like the Russian Olympic
we don't
committee.
know.
We don't know.
Now, here's a question that I would have. This is a horrible hypothetical. I wonder if she was an American citizen and attempted to get an abortion in, say, a southern state like Alabama. I wonder what would happen then. Would she be a woman then? Or would she... I guess, you know, do you get what I'm saying here? It's a sliding scale. It always is.
Because
Which is why we shouldn't be policing this.
Exactly.
This is
There's
insane.
a massive privacy assault in addition to other things.
But the point is just that if you identify as a woman, you get to participate in female sports. You do. You just do. That's the reality that we live in. And especially as trans care gets more and more disseminated and kids are able to use puberty blockers and other hormone replacement as they're younger, this is a non-issue. What's between your legs is a non-issue. But it's actually not even what's between this boxer's legs. It's her specific chromosomal and hormonal makeup, which, like, I mean, I didn't realize that when gender or sex is assigned at birth, that they do blood tests on the infant just to determine, like, specifically, like, what hormonal levels are we seeing here? Because
yeah, what is a woman? Well, let's do the blood work.
no, like other cis women, she was assigned female at birth because her genitalia matched it. But no, that's not enough for the freaks on the right. I mean, trigger warning here. This is a horrible word that's used, a slur.
Genuinely hate speech incoming.
Oh, yeah, this gets
but
really
just
bad.
wanted to play this
I forgot about
because this is the right wing.
They are not wrong about this. This is rough.
What's this woman's name? Valentina? She's running in... Here we go. Yeah, Valentina Gomez. She is running in Missouri. And she was already the Secretary of State in Missouri.
She's running her election as I believe next week.
Okay, so this person has been elected to office.
Ugh.
Here she goes talking about this woman in the Olympics.
These faggots should get their own faggot category.
Oh,
because
God.
before, if a man hit a woman, it used to land him in jail. Now, it gets you a gold medal at the Olympics. These are
Jesus
the
Christ.
worst Olympics in history. They have made a mockery out of Christianity and women. And let me
Wow.
remind you, there's no such thing as a chick with a dick. Keep women's sports female.
Okay. So, lovely.
I'm so
Money
sorry.
Khalif, does not have, I repeat.
I am so sorry, everybody, for that fucking language. But holy, this woman was in government and is running for office again. Insane.
A dick, as Valentina Gomez says there.
Well, let's ask J.K. Rowling. Let's see what she has to say about this. I'm sure this is going to be entirely measured. This is somebody who has decided that as a billionaire, after writing
Fucking J.K.
a franchise, and those were being made into movies with spin-offs, and then, you know, there's going to be an HBO show involved here, that her life is better served, not just like sitting on her pile of money, but attacking women and trans women throughout the country and throughout the world. She says, could any picture sum up our new men's rights movement better? the smirk of a male who knows he's protected by a misogynist sporting establishment,
ridiculous.
enjoying the
Jeez.
distress of a woman he's just punched in the head and whose life ambitions he just shattered. First of all, okay, cry more, lady. She fell.
People don't know sport. They don't care
know
about sports. They don't actually want women participating in competitions.
Are you telling me that the woman who thought of the game Quidditch doesn't understand sports? You know, where like the entire game just ends if you catch one ball, and then
Quidditch is a nonsense sport, let's be real. J.K. Rowling is no expert on sport. That's for sure. She's what I'd refer to as a muggle when it comes to sports. Alright, sorry. Yeah, just good old hate coming from the right around the Olympics, as usual. And they really hit all of the outrages they could come up with, right? They really tried to, they scoured the Olympic footage for whatever they could find that just was even a little bit right-wing outrage baity. They're like, here's our content for the week. This kind of looks like The Last Supper. And oh, did you notice that person dancing might be, I think they're a drag queen. Oh my god, and what? This boxer, I mean, I don't even know how they figured this one out. Like, and found out that she has higher testosterone levels. Like, the amount of transvestigation that went into this is just ridiculous. People need a different hobby. All the people spewing transphobia have scammed their way into, and it's very lucrative, seemingly much more lucrative than whatever I'm doing right now. But alas, ethics. Don't worry, chat. I'm not planning doing right-wing outrage bait. That would be seriously insane. We're not done talking about the Olympics. We're gonna try and end it with fun, and also not just right-wingers getting upset about complete nonsense. Let's look at a couple of things here for our US viewers. Shout out to my patriots. Simone Biles says she never thought I'd step foot on a gymnastics floor again.
Three years ago, I never thought I'd step foot on a gymnastics floor again just because of everything that had happened. But with the help of Cecile and Laurent, I got back in the gym and worked really hard mentally and physically. Even this morning at 7 a.m., I saw my therapist. So just making sure I'm mentally well. I think you see that out on the competition floor. But at the end of the day, it is crazy that I am in the conversation of greatest of all athletes because I just still think I'm Simone Biles from Spring, Texas that loves to flip.
You got that gold medal around your neck. That makes you somebody.
It's science.
So yeah, she overcame her mental health struggles and a slew of bad press. People in the Mainstream media constantly criticizing her for her decision to step down and disappoint America came back. And winning gold medals like they're going out of style. Alright, let's go to this. This is for some more fun. Here's a particular American in Paris representing for Long Beach.
You mentioned that you saw Snoop Dogg at beach volleyball. You have to tell me what it was like. But, you know, our daughters, we both have 20-year-old daughters, they would basically say, okay, spill the tea, girl.
Listen, it was so great. He was there, and he was such a gracious person. I saw him in the stands, a place that I had been. Obviously, we had been at beach volleyball a couple of times following our SoCal folks. He was there for the Southern California's Kelly Chang and Sarah Hughes match, wearing a Kelly Chang shirt and a Sarah Hughes face on his jacket. But he was just there dancing to the music, hanging out with the crowd. And so I went up to him and I said, hey, Snoop, can we get a couple words with you? He's like, hey, yeah, you know. And he was also joined by 3-time Olympic gold medalist in beach volleyball, Misty May, who is one of the NBC broadcasters and Sarah and Kelly's mentor. Take a listen. Hi, guys. How are you feeling today?
I'm so happy to be here. I'm with the GOAT. We represent USA all day, baby.
Yeah, Long Beach in the house.
You better know it, LBC.
Long Beach. Is this your favorite? What, is this one of your favorites, Snoop?
Look at this. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me.
Oh, you wearing Kelly Chang.
Represent, baby.
That's right. That's right. Long Beach in the house. Say hello, LA.
So yeah, Snoop Dogg taking the Olympics very seriously. You have no comment for Snoop Dogg? That's fine. You don't have to have a comment for Snoop Dogg. I mean, I feel like that was... I could be wrong, but that seems like a custom t-shirt. Am I wrong? Am I the only one getting that vibe? That he was like, alright, we're gonna get this printed overnight. Okay. Not even one blunt. I assume they frown on just lighting up in the middle of the Olympic venues. It's just a sneaking suspicion. I could be totally off base with that. Okay, now let's go on to this. This is the most recent sort of development in terms of the Olympics that we have to talk about. As of the moment when I was trying to do all my research and whatnot for this, China took the lead on gold medals. Last time we talked about this, the United States was #1 and has now dropped down.
I think China now is ahead on the gold medal count, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Right? And there's big conversations around, of course, the swimming medal.
Yes, so I think one of the athletes, 19-year-old Pan, he won the first gold medal in swimming. He smashed his own 100 meters butterfly record, and that really sent the internet crazy. I mean, if you watch it in China, the CCTV commentator, she just lost her voice, screaming his name over and over. And this is such a big deal, especially because China saw the snub that, you know, the rest of the world gave to China because of that swimming, the anti-doping test we were talking about last week. They were tested 4 or 5 times times more than other athletes. And this guy, he came out to give an interview after the event saying that he felt so much expectations from the country. He really wanted to show the world that China can do this. And he said he felt so looked down upon by the other athletes. When he greeted them, they ignored him, they splashed water on his coach, and that's why people are piling on comments to support him. Now, if we show that scroll on Weibo, there are a lot of comments just talking about how touched they are by these athletes, by his performance.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, I mean, he beat the world record by what, 0.4 of a second? But it was a wide lead, though, if you watched actually that race.
Yeah, the Australian coach actually came out to say that it was not humanly possible.
And it was also his record, too, right? That he beat himself.
His own record.
Yeah. Okay, so this is so touching, such a good young person. When our youth are strong, our country will be strong. All right, yes, definitely a lot of patriotism there. You mentioned about this coming on the back of a pretty weak showing from the swimming team, right? And they are sort of blaming these excessive doping tests.
Yes, because swimming is a sport that China really dominates in, and they have one of their strongest athletes was expected to bring home 4 golds, but he didn't bring back any. He came in 7th in one of the events, and that prompted China's...
Sounds like bollocks to you. What sounds like bollocks to you? I'm not sure what that means. That China's number 1 in gold medals right now? Or that this guy beat the world record? Alright, enough Olympics talk. That's it. I figure since we're going into the weekend, we would try talking about some Olympic stuff, trying to have fun while the world burns around us. Buttocks, not buttocks, bollocks. Proper spelling is bollocks with B-O-L-L-O-C-K-S, not with an I-X. Wow, bad lefty leading us astray with improper spellings.
How rude.
I think at this time, the United States is all the way down in 4th place for gold medals. It's not even on the podium. Alright, let's go south. Talk a little bit about Nigeria. And we recently talked about this earlier in the week, as there have been protests going on there due to a number of things. But a lot of it has to do with the cost of living crisis and people directing their anger about that towards the government. Perhaps rightly so. However, in doing this, at least 13 Nigerians have died while protesting, and this all is continuing on, I think, as we speak, essentially. This is from BBC News from 9 hours ago.
In Nigeria have put all security forces on red alert. That's after protests on Thursday, which left at least 13 people dead. Thousands walked through the streets across the country to protest against poor governance in Nigeria, corruption, and the increasing cost of living in what is Africa's most populous nation. The human rights group Amnesty International says 13 people were killed by the security forces as they tried to break up the protests. It has accused police officers of shooting indiscriminately at peaceful demonstrators. Well, Akin Bode Oluwafemi is Executive Director of Corporate Accountability and Public Participation Africa. That is a pan-African organisation helping local communities. He told me what is behind those protests in Nigeria.
At the heart of the protests currently...
bollocks with an IX is the colloquial spelling in northwestern Ireland. So you haven't necessarily led us astray as much as you have down the path to Ireland. Okay, I see what you're saying.
In Nigeria is the economic hardship that Nigerians have been facing since this government, came to power. And I must say that when this government came in May 29, there were lots of hopes. There were high hopes that given what the current president did in Lagos, he will be able to replicate that at the national level. But it appears that hope has been dashed. The economic recovery does not seem to be in sight. And there were economic policies that this government have embarked upon, like the removal of subsidies, floating the naira, which is Nigeria's currency, higher electricity bills that have eaten very deep into the pockets of Nigeria. And most importantly is the fact that, the basic cost of living, food prices have jumped so high, energy, transportation, and the rest of them. And when you look at the main theme of this protest, it is end hunger, end bad governance. Nigerians are saying you cannot be saying we should, brace up. The government is saying, things will ease up at some point. But government officials are, living in flamboyant lifestyles, buying SUVs and the rest of them. And they're saying, look, we've got to address the issue of governance, good governance, corruption in Nigeria, and then this. There must be development, prosperity, not only for a few, but
for everybody.
Nigerians are hungry.
So yeah, I think that said it very well. All right. Unfortunately, over a dozen people have died for this already, and there's no end in sight. The government has not yet made any concessions like it happened in Kenya, although I guess those took a little while too. Flamboyant lifestyle. Yeah. No, not flamboyant, lifestyle. That's ridiculous. What would even a flamboyant left style be? Okay, now you probably haven't missed this, but we're going to quickly talk about it. It being the recent prisoner swap that happened between Russia, the US, and their allies, specifically the UK and Germany. Before we get too deep into this, let's quickly just look here. Associated Press from a day ago. What to know about the US and Russia prisoner swap. Oh, wait. Forgot I had a second video of the Nigeria protests. Suffice to say, you can see police shooting at the protesters quite clearly.
The United States, Russia, and other countries have just executed a really significant and massive prisoner swap involving a total of 24 people. As part of that deal, Russia agreed to release 16 individuals and is receiving in return a total of 8 people. We already know some of the really significant names who are part of this deal. One of them is Evan Gershkovich. He's a Wall Street Journal reporter who was detained on espionage charges that his employer and the United States government say are totally baseless. There's also Paul Whelan, who is a corporate security executive from Michigan who was detained on spying charges that, again, the United States government says were totally baseless. Another journalist by the name of Alsu Kermasheva, she's been released, as has been a Russian dissident and Pulitzer Prize winner by the name of Vladimir Kama-Murza. And so these are really important people who have been now freed by the Russian government as part of the swap. Among those who the Russians are getting back are several individuals in the United States prisons, as well as someone who's coming from Germany, a gentleman by the name of Vadim Krasikov, who was convicted of killing a former Chechen rebel in a German park. He's somebody who...
Okay. Now, there's definitely more people being held by Russia that are either Americans or other sorts of Western country citizens. Let's go to this Democracy Now! Piece from earlier today. Or, well, I guess yesterday now. They had on Katrina Vanden Heuvel. Oh, God. Prisoner swap with Russia offers a possible pathway to peace in Ukraine.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman. We're spending the rest of the hour looking at the largest prisoner exchange between Russia and the West since the Cold War. Included in the swap are Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, former Marine Paul Whelan, and Russian-American journalist Alsu Karmasheva, who landed in the United States late Thursday night after being freed from Russian custody. It was just about midnight when President Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris greeted them at Joint Base Andrews in Maryland as their family members rushed to embrace them. Biden spoke earlier in the day, surrounded by the released prisoners' relatives.
Today we're bringing home Paul, Evan, Alsu, Vladimir. 3 American citizens and 1 American green card holder. All 4 have been imprisoned unjustly in Russia. Russian authorities arrested them, convicted them in show trials, and sentenced them to long prison terms with absolutely no legitimate reason whatsoever. And now, their brutal ordeal is over. This deal would not have been made possible without our allies. Germany, Poland, Slovenia, Norway, and Turkey, they all stepped up, and they stood with us. They stood with us, and they made bold and brave decisions, released prisoners being held in their countries who are justifiably being held, and provided logistical support to get the Americans home. So for anyone who questions whether allies matter, they do. They matter.
Russian-British dissident Vladimir Kara-Murza, who has a U.S. green card, was also released in the swap, but was not on the U.S. flight with Gershkovich, Whelan, and Karmasheva. This comes just weeks after a Russian court convicted Evan Gershkovich of espionage, sentencing him to 16 years in prison, a move denounced by press freedom groups. Paul Whelan was sentenced to 16 years in prison in 2020 on spying.
Okay, hold on. I can't listen to this whole thing.
Volkov said on social media, "Today we're reveling in the release of political prisoners, Putin's hostages who are suffering in Putin's gulag, but it still will be joy with tears in our eyes. The Navalny swap has taken place, but without Navalny, it hurts a lot," he said. For more, we're joined here in New York by Katrina Vanden Heuvel, Russia expert, publisher of The Nation magazine. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Katrina. If you can talk about the significance of this swap and who was released on both sides.
Well, it's an extraordinary swap, as you know, Amy, the complexity of it. It reminds of the Cold War, but it is more complex in many ways. I think what was so stunning, of course, the human drama, the human pain that is relieved, but the fact that there have been masterful negotiations behind the scenes, the back-channel diplomacy that had to occur to make this day happen. And we so often hear of working with allies to pass on weapons or to fight wars. But in this case, it was to start a dialogue, to bring out the political prisoners, the others. And I think that is hopeful that we're going to see maybe more of a pathway to dialogue toward ending the war. But I also think that what's interesting is the politics of it. Kamala Harris, the vice president, clearly played a role in an important moment, bilateral talks with the German leader, Olaf Scholz, to release Krasikov. And Krasikov, as you mentioned, Amy, was the pivot for Putin. And he has been called an assassin, and it's Putin's loyalty to such people in order to continue recruiting for extrajudicial actions. But Krasikov is convicted of killing a Chechen terrorist, Chechen warfighter, and for Putin, the Chechen war remains this stain that he continues to try to exercise. We saw with Tajikistan and the terrorist acts just a few months ago. But I'd come away primarily listening to a Jake Sullivan who broke down from maybe the stress of the last 2 years. To keep this quiet has always been key for back-channel diplomacy. When I was in Moscow in 1986, Amy, there was the picking up of Nick Daniloff of U.S. News and World Report. He was in prison for only 15 days, and he was exchanged. So we've seen these kinds of exchanges going way back, but the complexity of this one and what it may mean is very important.
Yeah, and there was no telegraphing of this. There's no sort of forewarning that any of this was going on or that it was going to happen in any way. All that we knew, and we had been covering a number of trials that had happened in Russia, including the Evan Gershkovich one. And, yeah, there's certainly no real hint of any of this going on in the background. But hopefully it is somehow a sign for potential of future peace. Then maybe this means that Russia's more interested in peace talks. Who knows? Maybe an optimist's viewpoint. All right, let's go to this. This is the last story about this. This one is weird. This one's very strange. This is from Reuters from 10 hours ago. Spy couple's children didn't know that they were Russian until they got off the plane, according to the Kremlin.
This family of Russian sleeper agents were flown to Moscow in the biggest East-West prisoner swap since the Cold War. So deep undercover, their children only found out they were Russians after the flight took off, the Kremlin said on Friday. Met by President Vladimir Putin as they touched down, the children knew no Russian and were greeted in Spanish, according to a Kremlin spokesperson. The Dultsevs, a husband and wife, were convicted in a Slovenian court of pretending to be Argentinians in order to spy. While in jail, they were given restricted access to their children and feared they could lose their parental rights, the spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said.
What was that?
The group, upon arrival, were congratulated by Putin, and those in the military service were told they would be nominated for state awards. One of the first off the plane on Thursday was Vadim Krasikov, a hitman released by...
Okay, alright. That's all the new information we have on this prisoner exchange. It is now yeah. Oh, I have one story I wanted to see before I do that. God damn. This is going to be a long stream. What is happening? Who is in charge of this? I might have to save one of these for later. Okay. Let's go to this. This is from Global News from 15 hours ago. And we heard, actually, do I have this? Still, I think I have it in here. Yeah, we do. Okay. Alright, it's after this one. Let's go to this. And we recently heard with, it was the State Department, I think it was Vendetta, field questions relating, well, not even directly. He was asked, basically, he wanted this answer. Or at least the reporter wanted this answer. Let's go here. 15 hours ago from Global News, Biden says assassination of Hamas leader, quote unquote, has not helped the Gaza ceasefire talks.
I don't want reality.
I'm very concerned about it. I had a very direct meeting with Prime Minister today, and very direct. We have the basis for a ceasefire. He should move on it, and they should move on it now.
The chance for a ceasefire ruined after the assassination of Hania.
It's not helped. That's all I'm going to say right now.
It has not helped. That's all I'm going to say right now. No kidding. Hasn't helped. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. And we said this yesterday. And I think that maybe even the day before was today. Yeah, by the way, no, maybe not. We definitely have said this. And let's just look at this. Because we watched this yesterday. This happened before Biden said this. Here's Vedant Patel being asked if Netanyahu is serious about the hostage deal after the death of Ismail Haniyeh.
But the deal that is underway, the negotiations. Now, you know, is there any doubt that the Israeli Prime Minister has taken almost every step to scuttle the negotiations over the past few months?
So,
do you have any doubt in your mind
I'm
that he
not
has taken those?
I'm not going to speak for Prime Minister Netanyahu, Saeed,
Right.
and I will let him
Okay.
speak for himself. But in general, what I can say is that we have seen the Israelis engaged and constructive in conversations that we have been having about a ceasefire deal. And so we continue to believe both that a ceasefire deal is both achievable and urgent, and it is something that our partners in Israel want. I'm not going to speak to the specificity of the ongoing process beyond that.
Okay, but Mr. Haniyeh was the chief negotiator. He was the chief negotiator involved in these negotiations. So when Israel first kills his grandchildren, then kills all his children, then kills him, does that send like a clear message that they don't want these negotiations? He is the chief negotiator, correct?
Said, I will say again, as I've said to Daphne and others, I'm not going to speculate on this as it relates to how it may or may not impact a ceasefire deal. What I can say is that the United States unequivocally is focused on continuing its work.
Oh my God.
Close the gaps. We think that getting a deal done is not just in the United States' interest, it's in the region's interest, it's in Israel's interest, it's in the interest of the Palestinian people. We are talking about creating the conditions so the remaining hostages can return home, that there can be an influx of humanitarian aid, and getting this region out of this endless cycle of violence. So that's what we're going to remain focused on.
Okay.
And as I said to Olivia and others, when it comes to continuing to engage in these conversations, there continue to be ways in which we can continue to engage with Hamas and Israel appropriately as it relates to the contours of the deal. And that work, I have no doubt, will continue.
Okay, let me ask you, a basic question. As
Yeah.
far as the negotiations are concerned,
Yep.
is the killing of Mr. Haniyeh good, bad, or indifferent in your view?
I am not going to speculate again for what is probably now the 15th time. I'm not going to speculate.
This guy. Oh my God. That business degree is really coming in handy. But, yeah, we heard it directly from Joe Biden. It has been unhelpful, as it turns out. Unhelpful. Shocking that that would be unhelpful. If killing the main negotiator for one of the sides is unhelpful negotiations? What? What does that even mean? I don't even understand. Can we focus on the important stuff, please? Alright, let's look at this one. Actually, I'm gonna switch this. Let's do this. What's next for ceasefire talks after the death of Ismail Haniyeh?
Well, international fears are growing over the possibility of tensions in the Middle East escalating into a wider regional conflict. Both Iran and Hamas blame Israel for this week's death of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh. As mourners gathered in Doha for his funeral, there are concerns his death will stall efforts to secure a ceasefire and hostage release deal in Gaza. Meanwhile, President Biden says he had a, quote, very direct conversation with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday. While the president reaffirmed his commitment to Israel's security, he also stressed the importance of ongoing efforts to de-escalate tensions in the region. For more, let's bring in BBC News correspondent Jenny Hill, who's in Tel Aviv. Jenny, the call between Biden and Netanyahu, has that made any difference? And what's the mood like right now in Israel?
No, and I think most analysts would agree that any prospect of a ceasefire seems as far away as it ever has right now. We know that after that call, Joe Biden told reporters that he was committed to the idea of that ceasefire. Hopes for that are extremely low right now. We understand that behind the scenes, there is urgent diplomacy going on to try to diffuse the tensions. But it's pretty quiet here in Tel Aviv. It's the Sabbath now.
Urgent diplomacy that we've seen exactly zero fruits on that particular tree.
There is a real sense, I think, of unease. People in Israel are used to, since the October 7th attacks and the subsequent Israeli war on Gaza, moments like this, where it looks as though that war might explode into a much wider regional conflict. This is yet another one of those moments, and it is indeed a very serious and dangerous one.
Iran has vowed to retaliate. Are there any rumblings of what that might look like or when that could happen?
No, I mean, look, we've heard from Iran saying they vow revenge. So too have Hamas, who today called for a day of rage. Perhaps the closest indication we've had has come from the leader of Hezbollah, because don't forget that earlier this week, Israel, in a rocket strike on Beirut, took out a senior Hezbollah commander. The leader of Hezbollah has said that that crossed a red line and that...
Yeah. In a short period of time, Israel has struck multiple targets outside of Israel or Palestine. And at this point, it is in fact looking like it's going to escalate into a wider war. Perhaps that's what Benjamin Netanyahu wants. We've certainly talked about that being potentially part of his motives for what he has been doing lately. Even though it's the fucking motives of a psychopath. Let's go to this. This is from Channel 4 News from 11 hours ago. Deadly Israeli airstrike hits a school in Gaza City.
As the region worries about a potential next phase of this war, in Gaza, the unchanging current reality continues to kill and maim 300 days in. These the minutes after an Israeli airstrike on a school in Gaza City. It was crowded with displaced people. Survivors said there was no warning. It was hit by 3 missiles.
We heard the explosion. We came running to help. We found scattered remains. There's no mercy. They do not have mercy on anyone, child or adult. There's no mercy.
All around, bodies and body parts, the injured and the dying. It's up to these people to make the distinction, to help those that can be helped. Triage not by paramedics, but by the newly traumatized. But still, as everyone now knows in Gaza, it can get worse. The ruined school building collapses in on itself and on those who'd gone in to help. The ground floor now a crawl space. A man lies trapped by his ankle. Rescuers work to free him.
That is fucked.
And at last he escapes on his way to hospital. But the dead are also being brought there. Among them, a boy named Yazan, whose mother was killed earlier in the war. Yazan, answer me, my love, his father says. We were just playing. You missed your mother. I wish you'd take me with you.
Okay. It's just horrifying. Another example of Israel attacking civilians indiscriminately. A lot of Vergonia flags over here. Our subscribers on Twitch are utilizing those flags, and I appreciate that very much. Truly do. Your Vergonias mean so much to me. Alright, I'm sorry, chat. That was our last video of the day. Ha! Just kidding. It was the second to last video of the day. Great job getting through that. Here is our last video of the day, and unfortunately, this video is incredibly long. This is Al Jazeera English from 20 hours ago, where Mehdi Hassan had on a panel of speakers, most specifically Benny Morris, an Israeli historian, to discuss history, genocide, and Israel's war on Gaza.
Israel will fight until we destroy Hamas's military capabilities, end its rule in Gaza, and bring all our hostages home.
Since Hamas's attack on October the 7th, Israel has been laying waste to the Gaza Strip.
I think we're just going to do a couple pieces of this. We're probably going to do more of it later this weekend, so hold on. I'm just going to go slightly ahead.
the atrocities on October the 7th, and which has since killed more than 38,000 Palestinians, including 15,000 children, displaced more than 1 million people, made Gaza uninhabitable per the UN, and is being investigated as a possible genocide at the International Court of Justice. A lot of people around the world think it's a genocide. I happen to think it's a genocide, but you have called that accusation absurd. Why?
Well, I once investigated a real genocide by Muslim Turks against the Christian communities of Turkey around the year 1900. Some 2 million Christians were killed at the time by Muslim Turks. And that's what a genocide actually looks like. What's happening in Gaza is a war. It's a war in which there are a lot of collateral deaths among Gazans. The war started, of course, by the Hamas from Gaza in a giant massacre on October 7th. And the only way to respond to that, and any country would have responded to that, more or less in the same fashion, I think, was to try and go after the Hamas. But the Hamas was embedded in the population, as you know.
I don't think so.
Used the schools, the UNRWA schools, the hospitals as bases, as places where they stocked their ammunition, their guns themselves, hid in tunnels underneath these schools, in apartment buildings, and this all involved collateral damage, which of course the Hamas knew it was going to ignite by killing 1,200 Israelis on the 7th of October.
So apparently, according to Benny Moore's here, every single apartment building and school and hospital and other civilian site that was attacked and destroyed, all those had Hamas tunnels under them. That's, of course, the missing link to all this.
Have problems with the war as it's being waged, but genocide it definitely isn't. The aim here is not to kill as many Palestinians.
That's not the definition of genocide.
It's
though,
one of the
you wrote a book on genocide. That's not the definition of genocide.
It's one of the definitions.
It's not.
It's
not based on numbers. The definition
it's also based on intent and on numbers.
It's based on the intent.
Yes.
To destroy, to kill in whole or in part.
There's no intent here.
There's no intent.
I'm not a government spokesman. You seem to be presenting me as a government spokesman.
How did I present you in a government spokesman? I asked you for your view on the war. I didn't say anything. We'll come to the government. I'm just asking about your view right now. The definition of genocide, you wrote a book on it, is nothing to do with how many people you kill. So it's not a numbers game.
It's also a numbers game.
The ICC chief prosecutor.
It's also a
for
numbers
arrest warrants,
game.
not just for Hamas leaders, but for the Israeli prime minister and the defense minister for war.
That sounds like some real genocidal talk right there.
Crimes and crimes against humanity. And he says he has mountains of evidence. We've all seen with our own eyes the Israelis in Gaza commit war crimes on camera, kill unarmed people who are carrying white flags, blow up apartment buildings, drop 2,000-pound bombs on crowded refugee camps. Can we at least agree, Benny, even if we're going to disagree on genocide, that Israel has committed numerous war crimes since the Hamas war crimes on October the 7th?
I'm fairly sure there have been war crimes, but the war itself is not a war crime, as the Hamas attack on Israel on the 7th of October was. It was a war crime from beginning to end. The aim was to kill as many civilians as possible.
Every aspect of it was a war crime, huh? It only lasted how long? A few hours? Like, it's been almost a year now. He's like, oh, the whole thing was a war crime. Okay.
They did, in accordance with the Hamas charter, which is to kill basically every Jew you can get hold of in Palestine.
But I didn't ask about the aim. I asked about the acts that are being committed.
As I said, probably there have been, as in all wars, war crimes.
Oh, it's a normal
You said there'd been
war.
war
That's
crimes.
what he's saying.
So you would support an arrest warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu?
I didn't say that.
no.
Firstly, there hasn't been an arrest warrant.
I know, there's been a request from the ICC chief prosecutor.
Would you support it?
I don't know if you can hold a prime minister responsible if a sergeant kills several unarmed people intentionally.
You don't think the Israeli Air Force bombing apartment buildings, refugee camps, mosques,
He's talking like it's just this.
Universities, libraries.
Firstly, it hasn't.
What he's talking about is like, oh, these are isolated incidents and blah blah blah. If one soldier does a thing that's bad, oh well, maybe Maybe that guy, but Netanyahu, I mean, oh my god. And by the way, we're not going to listen to this whole thing. Really, if anything, I'm teasing, because we'll probably do way more of this. I want to say like Sunday Fun Day. But this shit is wild. So much of what he says here is just disgusting. I don't even know where to go. Oh god. I think for whatever reason, I think we need to listen to this spot. I can't remember where it is. This thing's like an hour long, so forgive me.
Yes, if you're on the...
How does that fit with Zionists wanted to share the land?
Because of course the Zionists wanted... No, you're mixing up the times, the chronology. The Zionists were willing to share the land. The Arabs said no. The Arabs attacked them. And from that point on, the Jews, to defend themselves properly, they would have to drive out Arabs from certain areas from which the Arabs were attacking the Jewish...
Oh, their hand was forced.
In the heat of war.
It wasn't ideological, it was pragmatic.
Even though you yourself say that transfer was inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism. Your words.
It depends what you mean by transfer.
What do you mean? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's what you mean. You're the one who wrote it down.
Transfer, you're the one using the euphemism.
It depends. No. It depends what part of the population we're talking about. Total transfer was never any part of Zionist policy.
Partial transfer.
A partial transfer from areas in which the Jews wanted to establish their state in part of Palestine, and from which the Arabs were busy attacking the Jews.
Okay, I want to bring in the panel.
I'm sorry. They wanted the part of the land that they weren't being attacked from. And that's the thing, right? You got people on the other part of the land that's being taken that are attacking them on the other part. It's very weird. It's a very weird worldview.
I do. A lot of talk about whether Zionism is a form of colonialism. If I said to you Zionism is something colonial, what would you say to that?
I would say there's some partial truth in it, but on large it's wrong. It's not a correct interpretation.
Those are Theodore Herzl's words. He wrote a letter to Cecil Rhodes, the founder of Rhodesia in Zimbabwe. He said it's something colonial.
Okay.
So maybe you should take it up with the founder of Zionism.
I can't take it up with Herzl.
Okay.
Herzl may have said that.
I guess he got us there. Can't actually take it up with Herzl because he's dead. Convenient. That's really not what he meant, is it? He didn't actually mean call up Herzl. He meant look at history. Okay,
on Iran?
No, I didn't.
You wrote
in 2008, I said Israel should destroy the Iranian nuclear installation.
With a nuclear strike?
No, I didn't say that.
This is my problem, Benny. You keep saying you don't remember.
No, I do.
The New York Times, July the 18th,
It's on
2008,
the
an
New
Israeli
York
nuclear
Times.
strike to prevent the Iranians from taking the final steps towards getting the bomb is probable.
I didn't say I supported it. I said it's probable.
You said the alternative is letting Tehran have its bomb. It's very clear what you were supporting. Come on, now who's playing word games?
Israel does not have as part of its policy and doesn't announce as its policy the destruction of Iran. But Iran does say that its policy is to destroy Israel, and they are working diligently to get nuclear weapons. And if the Iranians do achieve nuclear weapons, Israel will be finished. That's what the Iranians are aiming at. And using tactical nuclear weapons to destroy the Iranian nuclear installations before they achieve nuclear weaponry, it makes sense to me. It may not make sense to you because you're not an Israeli, so you don't care. But
I'm a human being, so I care about nuclear weapons.
I don't know what you care about. I don't know what you care about.
Well, you just assumed. Let me go to our panel here. We have Diana Boutou, Palestinian lawyer in Israel, former advisor to the PLO. We have Daniel Levy, former Israeli peace negotiator at the US Middle East Project. We have Emmanuel Navon, who is an international relations lecturer at Tel Aviv University. Diana, I've got to bring you in first since we got started earlier. Potential fifth column.
This is exactly the problem, is that he's a racist. He espouses these racist views. That's the problem with Israel. Israel is a society, a country that is based on this idea of Jewish supremacy, and anything that they do or say goes, which means, therefore, that as a Palestinian who lives in that country, who is not enjoying any benefits of so-called democracy, that they get to...
Now, the accusation of racism is not just general. It's actually specific. He said something earlier that we didn't get to hear. We will probably do a deep dive on this later this weekend because of how good this conversation was, but also how contentious some of the things that were said, not just by Benny Morris, but by this guy over here. I don't even know his name, but yeah, he said some wild stuff during this interview. We're already at minute 35 here, so you can imagine just how much I've cut out at this point.
Espouse and tell me how I feel. They get to make statements like we are a fifth column, and they actually treat Palestinians as though they are a fifth column. It's very important, Mehdi, for people to understand that Israel came to us. We didn't immigrate to Israel. Israel's a colonial movement, and as a colonial movement, its aim is to not only get rid of Palestinians, but it's to transform the entire place, to erase and replace.
Okay, Emmanuel, I want to ask you this. Do you recognize the shifts that Benny was agreeing on at the start of this segment about what's happening inside of Israeli society?
Well, allow me to respond to what Diana just said. She's not telling the truth. What she's saying is not true. First of all,
here we go.
The Jewish country, I mean, there are over 190 states in the world. Most of them are nation states. It's not about supremacy. It is about national self-determination and freedom. Now, we didn't come to you. This is our land.
No, it's not.
This is a Jewish land.
The way that the state was created was
our
through
land.
the
And
ethnic
first of all, when you
cleansing
we came to you,
Palestinians,
it's not. I did not
including
interrupt
my
you.
family.
So yeah, this is what this whole thing is like. Well, not entirely. There are some good points made for sure, but like I said, it gets very contentious, very heated, and we're definitely gonna watch more of this later this weekend here. But let me see. But let's listen to one tiny snippet before we end it here.
Yes, well, I didn't vote for this government. I wish there were.
Not this. It's not here. What is it? I think this is.
An Israeli attempt at defending and putting your best foot forward. But then I look at the reality in Israel today, and of course that's what it should look like, because what's the reality we're living in? And let me take two snapshots. First of all, it's really not that surprising that we've got to this point when you consider the impunity with which the external community and Israel's allies and the West and the US treat Israel, despite the litany, the entire spectrum of violations of international law and of human rights. And yet every time there's an excuse, there's a veto at the United Nations, and then there's more arms. And in that respect, don't expect Israelis to come up with better talking points when they don't have to, because you're willing to run cover for them and create completely the wrong incentive structure.
Okay. Well, I hope you all enjoyed the show here tonight. That's gonna be it for me. Till I see you next time, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, Nitty, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, BB, Robot Cat, Selena, The Anti-Corporatist, Moanoa, Nadia, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears have just gotten done enjoying. You can do for just a few dollars a month by clicking that link in chat. Help keep the Galactic News Network running. That's not how you type. I see the requisite ones in chat. Engaging. Galactic.